Hello everyone. Good morning, evening, afternoon. Sorry if you clicked on this expecting a well-edited, concise recorded video. This is a live stream. Potentially I might edit it down to a regular video in the future, but anyway, hello. Hi JPZ. Hi Cute Pawlino. Late and gay. What do you mean? What do you mean? There's nothing gay about this at all. Totally not. Nothing gay about fanboy programming. Anyway, hi, and thank you for the art that is still in the waiting screen. The waiting screen. I will design that better eventually at some point in time. Anyway, it's been a while. It's been like what? 5 days since my last stream. That was the collab. Hello everyone. I've been streaming a little less lately, if you can probably tell. By the like, it feels like it's one stream a week at this point, since I only did like one stream last week, but I've been busy trying to learn Unity dots. And I believe I mentioned in the description that one of the points I want to go over is why didn't I just use the existing Unity character controller package? Because it exists. It is a thing that I could have used. So let me open a new window and try and explain my reasoning here on, I guess you could say, reinventing the wheel. Let's see. I have a VS Code window open. Let's see if we can get that somewhere here. Hi. Okay. Anyway, this is the Unity character controller package, actually. So this thing samples character controller 1.3.11. And it is a lot of code. And it is a lot of stuff. One thing notable, I don't know why that error is here. This error indicates a bug in the dot source editor. I don't have this open in a project right now, so don't mind that. One of the reasons that I didn't want to use this existing character controller package, because apparently it's pretty good to, or it's made so you can modify it, extend it. And I believe that's part of the aspect. But anyway, it's a pretty big package. There's a lot of different things, and I kind of just wanted to have a full understanding of everything I put into my code base. And my other concern of it is it's very abstracted, which makes sense if you're trying to make it as general as possible to cover a wide variety of use cases and, you know, make it easy to extend, hopefully. But I did not want to deal with all of this code, all of this stuff, and I realized that the stuff I write is probably going to be roughly the same amount of complexity. But if I write it, that means I understand the code, and then I'll know how to modify it pretty easy. I suppose modifying isn't that bad here, right? You have the kinematic character aspect and TBH. I don't actually remember where all the stuff is, but I remember there being somewhere in, is it kinematic character processor? Yeah, it's very abstracted. It's using a lot of stuff. The other big thing is it uses this eye aspect thing. Aspects in Unity dots, apparently they're deprecated. So if I open another browser tab, Unity dots aspect, where's my browser? Yeah, in the entities package, where's my browser? Browser. Here. Okay. In the current version, yeah, 1.4 experimental. Okay, assets are deprecated and will be removed in a future release. Use component access and query methods directly instead. So this is another reason I didn't want to use this character controller package, is it uses aspects, and if I have to use it, then I have to learn what aspects are and how to use them effectively in dots code for a feature that is currently deprecated and they're planning to remove in a future version of Unity. I literally Googled this at one point. Let me see if I can find it. Unity dots character controller aspects. Yeah, there's literally a forum post about this. Dots character controller and deprecation of eye aspect. Also, this is, yeah, okay. Let me adjust the size of this to fit on screen better. The announcement and deprecation of eye aspect a while back. What's gonna happen to Dot's character controller? So I think they said that they may or may not. Was it hello random perv? Bad dog? I am doing what I said I would be doing. Hello. Good to see you again. Where is it? Is this going to get refactored into a less straightforward implementation? Wondering if are trying to make something using this controller. We unfortunately can't make any guarantees as to how different the aspect-less version of the character controller will be yet. We have to evaluate a few different options and figure out what is best. So they're still working on it. And this was as of August 2024. That was last year. And yeah, we don't know. And funny, this mentions Dreaming on Latios. And Latios is one of the frameworks I'm actually using in this project. I was planning on using it more extensively for physics, but I realized that I would rather use the existing Unity physics package because it's just more easy to use and has a bunch of stuff pre-built in and sort of integrates better with Unity's everything because it's made by Unity. And I didn't want to like limit myself to Latios framework. The other reason I didn't go with Latios framework's physics is that it doesn't support fixed time step physics calculations right now. By which I mean you can make the physics run in a fixed time step, but there's no interpolation. So right now it works frame by frame, and it's affected by the frame rate, which means that if you have like serious game logic or anything that you don't want affected by the frame rate, then you probably don't want to use the Latios framework thing, which I haven't even gotten into explaining what that is yet, but hopefully I'll get there. But anyway, before that, honestly, if you're just looking for the character controller package or the character controller that I wrote and you're watching this as a VOD, then yeah, you should probably skip ahead from this section. But anyway. Excuse me, eating some sunflower seeds. Anyway. Yeah, something about iAspect allowed the creation of one integration point for users of the asset. So I guess the idea is that it's all sort of contained in this aspect thing, and then you can, here, like in the code, it says you may add additional global data for your character updates. The data will be accessible in your character updates, all your character callbacks. And so I forget where exactly you are supposed to modify all this, but yeah, I'm kind of going all over the place. There might be a lot to talk about. It might be, I'll try to make it as easy to follow. I'll try to explain it as best I can. But anyway, this part about iAspect, I didn't want to use it because it's deprecated, and that would mean I have to learn about a thing when I could just do things directly and also not use a deprecated part of the dots API. So yeah. But I think the bigger reason for me wanting to write this on my own is just so I have better control over every aspect of the simulation. So anyway, I mentioned Latios earlier. But before that, let me just demo the actual character controller. The scene was actually running there. Yeah, don't mind the test UI thing. I think in the description I mentioned I wanted to add a velocity UI. So that's going to go there. I was like looking up some tutorials and stuff on how to do that. So anyway, it is meant to be a source-like character controller, and I've already messed around with the movement variables. We have a few movement variables here. It's hidden behind the chat. I should probably resize the Unity window so you can actually see some of these. How are we going to do this? I suppose I could move the chat, but my dumb face is getting in the way. Here, I will be smaller here so you guys can see, and I will move the chat maybe down. All right, you're relegated to the corner, chat. Sorry. So yeah, this is my source-like character controller. There's no sound at the moment, but that's something that I think is really important in FPS games, and I'd like to add at least like player footsteps to start with very early. So I added slope handling, by which I mean I took it from an open source repo implementing a Unity source-like movement controller. And I put the appropriate credits. It was MIT license, so I put the MIT license there. So it's totally credited and real, legit. But anyway, so there's a ground detection, which is just a raycast from the bottom of the player. If I go into the player component, I have this debug thing checked. That's something I wrote. And all it does right now is just draws this line. This line is the raycast for the ground check. So if it's red, it's grounded. The player is grounded. And I think one caveat of doing it this way is that you can be not grounded, and it works a little weirdly on the edges of ledges. But also, I don't think I care enough to fix it. One thing you'll notice is this is not source-like. So if I jump here on a ramp and then I land, then it'll push me down a bit just due to the physics of the impact there. I was playing other games a bit to test out the behavior in those games. One of them was Ultra Kill that I noticed actually has this behavior. In Ultra Kill, one thing I noticed is when you land, there's a pretty high like initial landing friction, I think, that gets applied, and an appropriate like thud sound. And then there's some other funny stuff to like store your velocity when you land. So if you jump or like slide jump shortly after you land, then you'll keep your momentum even though it like stops you with friction. This one I just did basic friction. It slows you down if you're moving and you're on the ground. No friction in the air. Speaking of it being source-like, you might notice I can go a little faster if I am air strafing. I don't have my inputs. Well, I guess you can see it on my on my keyboard. But I am air strafing and I'm getting a bit more velocity than I normally be able to if I was just jumping. One thing I also did was allow you to use scroll wheel to jump, which is actually something you can't normally do easily with Unity's input system, which I'm using for most of the input except for this scroll wheel jump thing. It doesn't actually, I don't think it behaves exactly as it does in Source, or it might. I'm not entirely sure how the preventing you from holding jump to bunny hop works in like actual Source engine. But I tried to make the scroll wheel jump as easy as possible to facilitate bunny hopping, which you can do in this character controller. I am not holding forward, I am air strafing, and I should be gaining more speed, but you can't see because I haven't implemented that on the HUD. So if I, where is it? Go into this game object here, movement variables, this authoring script. If I enable auto b-hop, I can enable auto bunny hop. This is a feature in, I think, some bunny hop servers specifically, or in some other like arena shooter kind of games where you just hold the jump button and you can bunny hop. In the original Tribes, I know that's how surfing originally worked before they turned it into like an official feature of the game in later Tribes games. I only played like Tribes Ascend and then like a tiny bit of one of the older games afterwards. Yeah, so the slope behavior, notice the character moves accordingly to the slope and isn't like bouncing off of it weirdly or like coming off of the ground. That's because I'm calculating the normal of the slope and adjusting our movement vectors accordingly, our velocity. So we're actually like moving up the slope. That does mean that you move at, actually, no, you don't move as fast going up the slope. You're moving as fast as if this slope were flat ground. So since the slope is longer, since it's going upwards, then you're actually moving slightly slower than you would be moving on flat ground over this horizontal distance. And lastly, surfing, it kind of works. We're using a capsule collider, so it's not exactly the same, or various things are slightly different from actual Source Engine, but it's similar. It's similar. He was going to jail? He was going to jail. No, you're going to jail. Maybe. Anyway, the idea for this game, there's going to be some ability to do like fancy movement and stuff. I'm actually thinking of having the auto bunny hop thing be an unlock or like an item that you can find in the game that lets you do that. Lets you hold the jump button and auto bunny hop. Yeah, if you are actually trying to bunny hop manually with like scroll wheel, then, you know, it's a bit harder depending on your level of practice. One thing I noticed when I was testing and developing this is that the bunny hopping would feel off for a bit. And what I realized was, or it would feel kind of jerky. Whenever you'd land, it would like accelerate you a bit too much. What's the project? Can you see the name on the screen? Oh yeah, you can. FPS Survivors 2. Or, well, that's the working title. I'm workshopping a couple names. Been thinking about like Frag Survivors or Strafe Survivors. The idea is like to evoke classic FPS while still being like a Survivors-like game, because that's the game I want to make. That's the game I want to make. And I sort of realized that those are two kind of disparate audiences somewhat. I think there should be an audience. There probably is an audience for FPS roguelikes, and then like especially like a more casual Vampire Survivors kind of FPS roguelike. But I think one of the things that I wish existed was just Vampire Survivors, but with, what's the word? Mechanical depth. But with the ability for you to, practice things like movement, and for there to be like the potential for people to go crazy with it and be like super competitive with it, but it's like completely optional. And if you want to just play the game casually and just like walk around, shoot like a normal dude, you can do that too. But yeah, I'm trying to remake this game that I started last year actually and gave up on. I was working in Godot and Rust, and I was not having a good time for various reasons. Have I talked about this? I think I talked about this a little on the collab stream on Thursday, but I might go into it a bit more if you guys are interested on Well, actually, no, I made a whole video talking about reasons I gave up on FPS survivors in the first place. But, oh, wow, my mouse. But yeah, I'm planning on restarting the project in Unity Dots, which is probably the best tool for it, and having all my, the ECS stuff combined in a way that is sort of built into the engine and then makes it less of a pain in the ass to work with, and also enables things like proper physics checks and collisions between the player and the game world, the enemies and the projectiles and everything. So yeah, that's the game, that's the plan. Kind of vague at this point, but I think I have a stronger vision in my head for how I want the game to be compared to last time. So, yeah. Yeah, this character controller is just going to be, one tiny part of the game. But I do really care about movement in my FPS games, and I basically grew up on Source Engine movement. I have almost 1,000 hours in TF2? Or is it over 1,000? I don't know. But a lot of those were idle, so you can't really properly compare it. But I want Vampire Survivors bow with rocket jumping. And a reason to rocket jump, so movement is going to be pretty important to the farming of the game. One thing I noticed when playing Mega Bonk, a 3D Vampire Survivors, that's also takes some inspiration from Risk of Rain, I noticed, is the importance of exploring the map and farming that, not just worrying about the XP crystals and stuff. So I'll be trying to focus on that as well. Use me to chat. Nah, if you want to ask me questions related to the game or game dev or my plans here or the code, I'm all ears. All 4 of them. 2 cat ears, 2 human ears, and then 2 dog ears also. All 6 of them, maybe. Anyway. So yeah, that is the character controller. I suppose it's time to... Where is it? Go over the code. The VS code. Okay, anyway. I mentioned Latios before. Latios is a framework for doing stuff with Unity dots. I'm going to show you guys the GitHub here in a bit. Yeah, this one, Latios framework. So it's kind of got a bunch of stuff. The one that I'm using right now is just the core thing, which is explicit system ordering. I'm literally using, at the moment, all I'm using this for is the explicit system ordering, because normally you have to do these update before and update after tags on every system, and every system gets added automatically in Unity dots. What I'm using from here is... I actually was using Blackboard entities, but eventually I just decided to use Unity singleton. Because they're convenient enough, and whenever I look up tutorials for Unity dots, they'll be using singletons and not, these Latios framework specific things. Where was the stuff? So one thing that annoyed me about trying to use this package is it has its own transform system, QVVS transforms. And what these are mathematically is, instead of it being a position, a rotation, and a scale, it's a... what's the word? QVVS. Position, rotation, and what was it? Stretch. So... sorry, I'm not even using it, so I can't really... I don't have the perfect mathematical description off the top of my head, but basically there's a stretch factor. It's a quaternion of vector. So position, rotation being the quaternion, and then a... what was it? Shear or something? Where's that? Can I find a... there's is there some better explanation somewhere? But yeah, there's a stretch. And I think this is, what, just a scalar, so a float? And so you define the scale, and then you also, yeah, so you define the scale of the thing overall, and then you just find the scale for each axis individually. That's what makes it different from a regular transform. Which is fine and dandy, except it means that if you're trying to if you're trying to mix and match Unity's default stuff, so Unity physics, Unity's other packages, right, then you can't like easily mix and match it with this stuff. They're not like compatible, which is annoying to deal with. So I was planning on using Sideshock physics initially. I found out that it doesn't have support for interpolation at the moment. So if you make it like to a fixed time step, then it doesn't do interpolation. So you'll be like displaying things at that super low time step. If you ever noticed I think in TF2, there's like the Halloween skeletons that don't have any interpolation on them, and you see them running at like a super low tick rate whenever the server's lagging or whatever, then like the game that I plan to make would look like that, because actually I'm using, what was it, project settings, fixed time step 0.04. I'm using 25 tick at the moment. I'm designing for 25 tick because my plan is to have a lot of enemies, a lot of stuff going on, and to give the CPU as much time as possible to process all that stuff. I'm gonna like lower the fixed tick rate of the game and then let things be interpolated. Because I remember, was it Left 4 Dead 2 is a Valve game, and it runs at half the normal tick rate of like TF2 or other Source games. Other Source games are 66 tick. Left 4 Dead 2 is 33 tick, or ticks per second. And that's because they want to be able to simulate all the zombies that are moving around. I want to make a game like that, but using modern technology that can have way more zombies on screen. And so that is, yeah, my plans and my reasons for really wanting, what's the word, things to be frame rate independent. And crap, what was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? Bite one of Neo's ears? Come on, man, I'm trying to explain the code in my decisions here. What was I saying? God damn it. My brain. So yeah, if 25 tick, I think the original Doom ran at like 25 FPS or something. So if it's good enough for the original Doom, then, you know, it's probably good enough for me. So anyway, so I'm not going to be using Sideshock physics, but I could. Oh, right. I was going to mention, right, because in theory, if I wanted to use this, I could just use it and have it be frame rate dependent, which would be probably fine for a single player game. But I want there to be the potential for things like multiplayer, because Unity has a netcode package, which should make it quote unquote easy, relatively easy maybe, to add netcode to an entity's project. I mean, it's still adding netcode, so, you know, that's a lot more stuff to worry about and think about. So that'll probably be kicked down the can for way later, after I have like a functioning game loop and everything for this game. But I want to have that possibility for later. You know, all these streams when he wants to beg for Costco hot dogs. Okay, I'm gonna be like a little serious here. I realize that I haven't been streaming frequently for like the past 2 weeks, and that's partially because I've been working on this off stream, this whole FPS thing, and learning Unity dots. I even did a stream on learning Unity dots, but I've been doing a lot of this off stream because I feel like I'm really at the beginning of sort of learning all this Unity dot stuff, and the added distraction from chat probably won't help. And also, I like to do things in short bursts and then take a break to let things like sink into my mind. And I think doing it this way has kind of helped me learn Unity dots and how to organize a project in here in a reasonable-ish amount of time. So yeah, full transparency here. I definitely could have streamed my learning process more, but I chose not to. And now that I'm beyond like the super beginner stages of trying to learn Unity dots, I'm hoping that I'll be able to stream more of it, you know, including streams like this. I watched you wound. The fact you showed up once in a few weeks is a miracle. Don't take my tantrum throwing at face value. If someone says something jokingly and it touches on a point I want to take seriously, then I'm going to touch on that point seriously. Nothing wrong of saying that or anything. Don't worry. Don't worry. I just genuinely wanted to touch on things like that. Muted. Thank you for the 4 months, Danica. Oh, never mind. Okay. All right. Thank you. 4 months. Fuck, time's flying. Time's flying. That's not good. Time is money. Time's my... Okay, I'm not really in any, like, time crunch peril right now, but I do want to be able to get updates on this game in a reasonable amount of time. That also depends on my motivation to work on this project. And hopefully having better tooling, better proper tooling, and a better iteration cycle by working on this in Unity instead of working it in Godot will help. By which I mean working with like Godot and Rust and trying to integrate a bunch of stuff into Godot to get things performant when Godot is really, I'm going to be honest, it's not like super focused on performance, especially in the 3D side of things. At the moment, at least. Time is money, that's why I haven't been in chat for a while. Yeah. You want to sacrifice chat for more time on the clock. Sans the L. Yeah, time spent working on this. Me trying to explain my character controller code to people, that doesn't actually help me. Right? Right? So why am I doing it? Because for various reasons. I think me answering the question I brought up as half jokingly. I think was it in general being able to explain something in a way that's understandable helps solidify it in your mind and is also like sort of the proof that you understand things well enough to be able to explain it. So I find value in that as well, you know, potentially to show off to other people, potentially employers, but to be honest, I'm not expecting this project to make me employable for a good while in terms of like, I don't know, a portfolio project in game dev or whatever. And I'm not entirely sure how interested I am in like a non-indie career in game dev. All right, that's a lot. It's me taking things seriously. Okay. Still subbed. Thank you for donating even when it's less valuable to you. That just means I have to make it more valuable when I do stream. Explain yourself to others helps consolidate information. Yeah, definitely. Alongside like just sleeping and let that sink in, right? Sink knocking on your door, let it in. Let's sink in. Okay. Where was I? Before I went on this long ass tangent talking about a bunch of random stuff. Latios framework. So we're not going to be using ShyChalk. It doesn't support fixed time step physics at the moment. But I do like the idea it is where it's like lighter weight than Unity's physics, and you know that probably means more performant. So in the future, if this gets more developed and, you know, supports interpolation, I am probably going to consider moving my code over to it from Unity's physics. But Unity's physics is already pretty, what's the word? Ready-made for stuff you can do. You can add like collision events. You can do actual collision queries on the underlying simulation world instead of using like all the built-in stuff, which I actually do. I'm already using in this ground check system. Where is it here? We're calling world.castRay. So physics world cast ray, using this raycast input, and that is what's checking if we're grounded, and that's what's also setting our ground normal for characters to move up slopes normally. And also we're doing the ground check to set the gravity, because if you don't set the gravity to 0, I could have coded the gravity, like falling due to gravity, all on my own and just set Unity's gravity factor to 0. But what I did instead was I think I took this from someone else's FPS character controller. I just set the gravity to 0 when you're grounded. And due to doing it this way, this also means that we're doing the little sliding thing when you're jumping on a slope. But I think I'm totally fine with that. Let the sink in. The tub will feel threatened. Yeah, you can't let that sink in. Scary. Stranger danger. So I've kind of been dissing Latigo Stormwork and talking about like why I'm not using Shy Shock physics, because I really care about doing the frame rate independent physics stuff. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to use it at all. There is this thing, Miri Audio. Peridot's audio solution designed for handling a myriad of audio sources. And so one of the things it can do is this thing, voice combining. It can detect when several audio sources are playing the same clip in unison and combines them to save processing power and reduce cacophony of ambient sounds without losing spatial or intensity information. I'm planning on having a lot of enemies, and those enemies need to make sounds because sound is really important in an FPS game, so you can be aware of when something is sneaking up behind you. I remember for the longest time when I was working on the original FPS Survivors, I was like, okay, how do I deal with the fact that enemies are going to be like spawning behind the player and the player will not have any idea that they're coming up behind them? And I don't know why I never thought of just using sound, but I saw like someone talking about the lack of sound in Vampire Hunters, an FPS Survivors-like game that exists and you can buy on Steam. And I was like, oh, wait, that is a super important part. I guess my concern is that potentially there's going to be too much sound going on for you to notice footsteps and enemy sounds like that. But I suppose that's more of an audio balancing issue to worry about. But stuff like this, voice combining, is probably going to be useful, and being able to like play audio sources from dots seems convenient. I will probably be using this in the future because right now there's no sound yet. Kinemation, I wanted to use this, but it uses QVVS transforms. It's like a fully ECS animation system. Right now, in Unity, you have to use game objects and use their animation system. It's not like supported in ECS, so you know, in theory, that means it's going to be slower. I think I'm just gonna not worry about that performance thing, because if I can get like 1,000 enemies, that's more than enough. That's probably gonna be more than enough for my needs. Not quite like a massive RTS kind of game. I care more about, I think in first-person games, in, you know, first-person, third-person action combat games, the reactivity of the enemies is a lot more important than just having a shitload of enemies. Like I could make, in theory, I could make something like a, what's it called? Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2, where it's like doing Confucius or something and simulating thousands and thousands of units with like really simple behaviors. but you know, when you're up close and personal in these like first person, third person action games, it really matters the way the enemies react. I've been playing a lot of Killing Floor lately, Killing Floor 2, and I've been like noticing more and more all the subtle little things on the enemies. If you shoot them, there's like a gun hit, melee hit, stun that happens for like 3/4 of a second when you hit them. And it pauses their AI. There's a flinch animation that plays at the same time. So, you know, you shoot an enemy, there's a pain animation, there's you know, a gun hit effect. It plays a sound, right? All those things. That's been in FPS games since Doom, right? Or even Wolfenstein, right? Has had that stuff. It's really important for the feeling of the game. So I want, you know, all those kinds of behaviors to be possible in the game. And so I'm going to focus more on that than like hyper focusing on, okay, I want as many enemies as possible. I want a bajillion enemies. So yeah, the only thing really stopping me from using Kinemation here is that it uses QVVS transforms, which is this other system of transforms. And so I need to like translate between Unity's transforms and then these QVVS transforms. And I don't want to deal with that, so I'm just gonna do it in game object land as much as is easy to do. Neo's afraid to play Doom. Dude, I literally played my house dog. Wait, is that the only time I played Doom on stream? Never played Doom Eternal on stream, but I did beat it on Nightmare years ago. Never played Doom 2016 on stream. I've only played Doom with the My House.wad level on stream. Oh man. Yeah, maybe I need to do that. But yeah, Doom is great. Still provides a really good example of how to do huge hordes of enemies in a way that's like playable. Kind of. It's kind of like extreme hardcore players who are playing it like that, but still a thing. Hello, Zyklocus. Chat plays Neo. Doom stream was fun. Chat plays Neo. So yeah, the only thing stopping you from using Kinemation is this QVVS transforms. Because one of the reasons I was really looking at this is because of one of these features. Where is it? Where is it? Renders, lots, unique mesh and deforming, bound, skin mesh with skeletons, exposed bones. Socket, entity that copies the root space, optimized bone transform of an optimized skeleton bone, assigns it to its own local transform world transform. So basically, you can attach something to a bone on a character, and that really matters for FPS games for having accurate hitboxes. I think I was looking at. Hold on. There's a slide. Hakita made a video, a 2-hour. I'm not subscribed. Yeah, lecture on things I've learned about game development when making Ultra Kill. Here, designing action. Here, he shows the hitboxes for the character, right? And this is like most FPS games. One, the main point he's trying to make is that the hitboxes are way bigger than the actual character, just to make it easier for the player. Like, notice the head hitbox is crazy huge compared to the actual head. That's because Ultra Kill is like a super fast-paced game. It's single player. It's more about, you know, making you feel cool than like making you stop and aim really carefully and all that. Hello, Nia. Hello. Hello, Zyklocus. But basically, I can't do this if I don't have references to positions of bones in the animation of the characters. And one of the features of this thing is allowing you to like attach things to bones. So this actually would be perfect for me if I was using the QVVS transforms that Latios uses. which I'm not, unfortunately. And I'm also planning on using game objects anyway, so I'll be doing that. Super exact hitboxes tend to be more annoying. Hello, win. A1 Valorn. Yeah, true. For like a competitive multiplayer game, it makes sense, but for a single player game, you can definitely be like way more lenient with stuff like this, especially for a game like Ultra Kill or like old school classic FPS games like Quake. I think they just use, what is it, ABBs or cylinders or something for the whole character hitbox. Or is there actually? I think there is a hitbox though. I haven't played Quake in like a billion years. And when I played Quake, it was only Quake Live. And I think a tiny bit of Quake Champions. But anyway. What were you saying? I think the main reason I want to have multiple hitboxes as opposed to just one basic enemy hitbox like in, say, Doom. Oh, well. One, for things like headshots. But two, in case I want to do fancy gore effects or whatever, have you like shoot the enemy in the arm and then they get dismembered, or have like, I don't know, any kind of special animations for getting shot in a particular spot. That lets me do that if I want. So for example, in Killing Floor 2, there's a gunslinger perk choice option that gives you, that's called Bone Breaker. That gives you more damage to shooting enemy limbs, arms and legs, instead of like the rest of them. So in theory, I could do something like that. But I think it's mostly for, one, having it line up with the action the enemy is doing. And two, for, well, headshots mostly. One thing so I've been talking about the first FPS survivors a couple times, right? I implemented headshots for that, but it's a static hitbox. It wasn't tied to the animations at all. Because when I was making the animation system, I wasn't thinking at all about how I'm gonna like tie hitboxes to that. It was just like GPU instanced animations, and I was like, okay, cool. I'm like, okay, now I want to add headshots to the game. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have any sort of reference to the head movement, right? So I need to go back into the animation system and implement that. Or I could just use Unity and attach hitboxes to like a game object that's animated, and then have those, have like entities or something track the positions of those. Localized damage, yeah. One thing especially I want to implement, I really like in Killing Floor, here, if I show any, I can show like any gameplay of Killing Floor 2 for this. Killing Floor 2 in 2025. This guy is like really good. This guy's pretty good, right? Psycho Gamers. So anyway, let's see. One, the headshots are awesome too, but what was it? He decapitated the bloat there, right? And it goes into this headless wander state. And so when you break the head of the enemy, the head has its own HP pool. You shoot the enemy in the head until the head explodes. If they're not in like specific animations where they instantly die, then it'll enter the headless wandering state. The decapitation deals a bunch of damage to the Zed's body. And then the amount of time they're left wandering is just a fixed timer. And I really like, one, how that feels, how that looks and feels visually, right? But two, the gameplay implications of things like that. Like if you shoot an enemy in the head, then you might be thinking about like, how do I move to avoid this headless bloat that is coming at me, or this headless cloud or whatever? Do I shoot them again, waste ammo that is in my magazine that, you know, is limited, right? So it gives you, you know, more things to think about, and also it just looks and feels cool. So I want to be able to implement stuff like that. I might just steal that mechanic. But yeah. Headshots, good, juicy. So yeah, audio, kinemation, which I'm not using. Audio, which I might be using. Calligraphics. I suppose I could actually use this. Except it uses QVBS transform, so never mind. Text mesh dots. Was that a thing? Text mesh dots. Wait, it's a fork of Latios's thing? Oh, wait. Forked from Calligraphics. Oh, okay. So actually, I'll be taking a look at this for things like damage numbers, right? I was earlier this morning, I was actually watching, what was it? Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core just entered. Here it is. Yeah, Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core just entered closed alpha. I did not get in, but they gave out a small amount of random closed alpha keys to people who sign up for the closed alpha, and also some influencers they gave keys to. I'm not a like known Deep Rock influencer or anything, so I didn't get anything like that. But one thing they were talking about, I think they were answering a question from someone who was asking like, why have damage numbers in this game and not in base Deep Rock Galactic? And they talked about how like, yeah, you can get a mod for or whatever for Deep Rock Galactic, but it's not like the intention of the game. The thing about damage numbers in Deep Rock Galactic is it's a co-op shooter. You pick your loadout before the mission, and your damage stays the same for the entirety of the mission. So it doesn't actually matter whether or not you see the damage numbers. It would just like clutter your vision. I suppose they could just make it optional. But for Rogue Core, it's a roguelike, and you'll be getting upgrades throughout the game, and you want to see the exact numbers of how those upgrades are influencing your build and how much extra damage you're getting, right? Helldivers 2 has a similar mechanic with certain bugs. They'll aggressively flail at you till it bleeds out if you do enough damage to break the head but not kill it. Yeah, I really like that mechanic in Killing Floor, so I'm probably gonna take it. Didn't know Helldivers 2 also had that. Although I guess I haven't played the game, so. Life effects in Latios, that is something that I could use in the future. This is for VFX. I could talk about, what was it? ECS Galaxies. ECS Galaxy sample. This thing has a whole like event buffer thing that sends events to a VFX graph. So I think there's a, what is it? Code overview is in here. VFX here. All VFX in the game is handled by VFX system and VFX graph. So this is like an example project from Unity that I was looking at while trying to learn all this dot stuff. They have a VFX graph and they have a VFX system. And so, what was it? They send a message basically to each VFX graph, the relevant VFX graph object, and then like spawns a temporary particle, and then the particle is coded to spawn like the larger was it normal VFX particle. And so I was probably gonna take that approach, but this, they had to write all that code and put it in to this project here. Apparently this is basically what Life Effects does from Latios. So I could use that basically. And I probably will. So that takes care of VFX and audio. So you shoot an enemy in the head explodes. You need a sound effect for that. You need like head chunks and stuff for that. One thing I don't think you can do is like attach like a particle emitter or something to an enemy. But if I'm going to be using game objects anyway, I can just use like legacy particle stuff for things like you headshot an enemy and then it's like bleeding from the neck stump. Violence. So yeah, that's basically a lot of stuff that isn't even relevant to the actual code I wrote. Okay, here's a relevant part, core. Right, so super systems. this thing. Instead of doing it Unity's way, which is you add these tags here. If I can show you the code. Unity's way, every system you have to add these tags: update before, update in group, and you have like this order first parameter. You can't like explicitly set a whole. I guess you can, tell it to update before another system. So in theory, you could do it in the same way, but I just like how this is organized. So this thing I'm using Latios for. So all my systems are organized. It's better than I had it in the original FPS Survivors, where it was just kind of a mess. They're all in one function. But so I've sort of split it up into player variable super system, so variable frame rate, so every frame. Player fixed update super system, so player stuff that happens on every physics stick. And this is ordered first, so it happens before the movement super system, which does ground checks, does all the character stuff in the order that it should happen. At the very least, so it's like deterministic, and it's not like sometimes friction happens before, sometimes friction happens after, and then the game is no longer deterministic. I'm not like super tied to it being deterministic, although it'd certainly help for things like potentially adding netcode in the future. I'm not entirely sure how feasible that is going to be for the amounts of enemies that I want to be able to simulate, but it's something I would really like to do. I'd really like it to be a possibility in the future, potentially. And then I have my debug stuff separated out, and right now that's just this one ground check debug system. And all it does is draw a line that represents the raycast that's being done in the actual ground check system. So technically it's separate from the actual ground check system, but by having it separated out here, I can have this not run at all if we don't have the debug tag present on the player. So yeah, so this is basically the top level of all the code I wrote for this character controller. And I separated it into like an abstracted character movement stuff, so that if I wanted to, I could combine, or I could like, use this character movement code for enemies and just have it be unified with like players and enemies. Because I think in Risk of Rain 2, they designed it in a way that's like very generic for enemies and players. And I forget if they said that they were planning on making it more, having more involvement with like controlling enemies, because you can do that in the code. The code lets you like spawn play as any of the enemies, basically, and there are mods that let you do that. And like the abilities system is coded to be basically the same for the enemies as it is for the players. And so if you like spawn, there's like certain artifacts. There's Gubo Jr. that lets you spawn clones of the player, and they can be hostile or they can be friendly, and they can use all the players' abilities. That's because the character code is basically unified between enemies and players. So you can play as a drone even, or like those things are also unified. So if I can unify that code as much as possible, then, well, it simplifies my life, because I have less to implement. When I was making FPS Survivors the first time, all the player code was separate. It was in the Godot world, and then all the enemy code was in the ECS world, and then I was sending data everywhere and like having to repackage it and unpackage it every time, and it was just getting really annoying to deal with. So yeah, I want to unify all this as much as possible. Anyway, how long has it been? It's been an hour already. I haven't even really gotten the code. Here, let me try and explain entity component systems. So, not sure how well I can explain it. Okay, we have entities. Entities have components. Components have systems that act on those components. So everything that like exists in your game world is an entity. every like piece of data on that entity is a component. So it's not like in like OOP, you'd write a player class, you'd add a health variable on that player class, you'd add movement or whatever other stuff on that player class. Here, it's like, I guess it doesn't have to be completely separate. You could, in theory, if you really wanted to, you could write one big ass player component and store all those different variables in there. But for like making these general, like you want a health component, then you could apply it to players and enemies. Although I have heard some takes that like ideally you don't want to do that because you probably are going to be treating player health differently from enemy health, and having them be the same just makes things kind of confusing to work with. But we'll cross that bridge when you get there. For the moment, all the physics stuff, so like this physics velocity is from Unity's physics package, 4 dots, which means any physics object is going to have, or any like physics body that moves is going to have like a physics velocity, and then I'll be able to act on it. So I've kind of, every time I've been like adding to this piece by piece, and every time I need like a new thing, I just add a component and then I write systems that work on that component. So honestly, I'm not sure where to start. I have the advantage of I've been working with this code for like 2 weeks, and then I'm trying to explain it to someone who has never seen it before. And I'm starting to realize that, you know, it's probably going to be a little overwhelming, probably just as overwhelming as me looking at the Unity character controller package that exists. But again, part of this was like wanting to be a learning experience and to learn this stuff for my own, and I think this worked kind of well for doing that. So where should we start? Where do you guys want to start? Is there any like particular thing? So we have a player controller, right? And you can move left, right, up, down, you can jump, right? All those things are like different independent systems. So I suppose we could just start with what do we start with? I was talking about the ground check earlier. Maybe we'll go back to the ground check. So how does being grounded work? We have this player authoring script. So the Unity editor at the moment, when you're like adding stuff into the scene, you can't work on the entities directly. The entities basically only exist at runtime. And what that means is when you're working with entities, you make a subscene. Don't worry about it. It's like does some magic that converts game objects into entities. And it even lets you like preview here in this bottom right corner entity baking preview. Lets you preview all the components that'll be added to the entity that this game object becomes at runtime. And so that's kind of a lot of stuff. But, you know, things like rendering, things like physics, transforms, so its position, rotation, scale, whatever, and all the stuff that I added with this player authoring script. So what's important here? Capsule mesh filter and then a mesh renderer, right? So that's the rendering part. You need stuff to convert that into a thing. Hello, Vanillin. It's my favorite virtual YouTuber from Flavor Group named Neapolitan. Thanks for showing up. Glad to see you here. Yeah, it's been a while. Sorry I haven't been streaming much. I have been working on all this code that I'm explaining now in this stream, which this might take a while. Okay. And hopefully you don't fall asleep, but if you do, I think this sort of content works really well for a VOD. So hopefully I'll make some timestamps. And speaking of, I should probably make timestamps. That would really help out putting timestamps later if I just, you know, made the timestamps at the moment. So let's go into Twitch and just do /marker or something. Shake breaks and work in projects. It's really poor for your mental health to deal with chat. Oh my god, so real. Thanks for caring about me, Vanilla, and encouraging me to stream less and actually do more code off stream. We need a collective name for chat, something unique. How about I can't use scoops. It's someone else. What else? What else can we use? Ice creams. Politicians. I think I used that on the Discord or something. It's a new month. I understand. Rent's due. Yeah. 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 Okay. What are we doing? Timestamp. What was it? / marker. Player game object. Okay. Okay, so we have this main subscene, subscene script. This is like built into this like Unity stuff for turning game objects into entities. And so when you put stuff in this subscene, then it gets like baked into entities. And so sometimes you want to use stuff that has not already been written into Unity because you're making an actual game and not just like a physics simulation or whatever. So it has the renderer. Unity handles that. It has this physics body, so we're not using one of the existing physics Unity default physics components because we need to affect things like the gravity factor, and we need like fine control over things that are in Unity's physics package for dots. And so this is like closer to the actual physics body that it becomes in Unity dots. Being called a politician is quite a crude insult. Real. Gonna work a bit on Java. Sorry you asking my ancestor jailwork there. I mean, we're working with C# here, so it's basically Microsoft Java anyway, so anyway. So this thing, inertial tensor here. It's kind of tiny on the screen. Also, I realized that my screen size is 1440p and then I'm streaming in 1080p, so it might be like pretty tiny, hard to read. Also, my bitrate's kind of relatively low. Anyway, inertia tensor, notice we've set it to infinity. That's just to disable rotation on all axes. So if this were a value other than infinity, then it would be able to rotate. Your bean would like flop over and do that or something. We don't want that, so I tried using the, was it capsule collider or something, capsule physics shaper something, whatever, that's like built into Unity, or no, it's the rigid body component, which can get baked into a Unity dots physics body, but the lock rotation doesn't actually work if you like set a lock rotation X, Y, or Z on one of the other components and then bake it into a Unity entity. It doesn't actually work. So we're using the physics body and we're setting the inertia tensors to infinity because that locks rotation. Yeah. If you mouse over it, it says resistance to angular motion about each axis of rotation. So that sort of tells you that if you set it to infinity, then it completely locks the rotation. My favorite nickname for C# is Bedrock. Unrelated to Bedrock library distro. Yeah, we got Unity Unity Java edition, Unity Bedrock edition. Anyway. Right, and to see this inertia tensor field in the first place, you have to check this. Override default mass distribution. Should probably specify that before. So yeah, if you want to lock rotation on a physics body in Unity dots right now on the version that I'm using, which is like 1.3 point something, or rather this would be the physics package. You check this box, override default mass at distribution, and then you set the inertia tensors to infinity. That locks rotation, because we want to handle that all in code. And I could have made this like kinematic. I made it dynamic because I want to be able to like apply forces and have it so a physics object collides with you, then that force gets applied to the player. So you can like boost off of funny physics interactions or something. I don't know. I think I'm noticing more modern games are using like dynamic rigid bodies instead. Like you bounce on because was it Source Engine? There's like a Quake. There's actually like two separate player colliders, and one is like the Quake movement old school movement kinematic physics thing, or yeah, movement physics, and the other is like for interacting with physics objects, and they're like two separate things, and it's a little convoluted in spaghetti cody. In modern engines where we're making our own game, we're making our own character controller, we can just simplify it to down to as much as possible to just, you know, a single rigid body thing. So there's that. That's physics body. Set interpolation on, otherwise you'd be jittering all over the place, especially at 25 ticks per second, which is what we set it to, what I've set it to. The physics shape, we set it to a capsule. Belongs to player. This is important. So instead of collision layers in the traditional Unity system, you have these collision filters belongs to and collides with. The names basically explain how they're supposed to be used. So if this capsule belongs to the player tag, so these are actually bit flags. There's 32 of them for like a 32-bit integer. Rather 0 through 31. So it belongs to the player. That means this thing is the player collision layer basically, but it's a collision filter. And then collides with, we're setting it to collide with everything. Suppose we could disable collides with for as few things when we add things that we maybe don't want the player to collide with. Maybe they, I don't know, completely ignore certain things that are like just visual or whatever. But yeah, we'll worry about that later. For now, yeah, it just belongs to player and then it collides with everything. All I have at the moment is a layer 0 for environment, rather not layer, but bit flag 0 for environment, and then bit flag 1 for player. I don't think there are like helper functions, so you kind of got to define your own constants for those things, and I did that somewhere in the code. I did that. Where did I do that? I have this ground check system. Filter. Oh, right. I made this collision filter util. So I just made a little static class that just has consts for each of these collision layer bit flags. So if I want something to collide with both the environment and the player, it would be collision filter util.environment, bitwise, or collision filter util.player. And so I use that in the ground check system here, where we make a collision filter. So for our ground check, let me break this down. First, we get our physics world using this call. System API get singleton, physics world singleton. Unity's physics package will add the singleton to the world somewhere. And then you get the physics world from it, like this dot physics world. And so that's what we call this cast ray on. Let's do our ground check. Cast ray takes in a raycast input, and then it has an out param, raycast hit, closest hit, and it returns a bool. So bool is if it hit, and then the details of that hit in the outvar hit. So one thing I found out is that this belongs to field is actually necessary. If you just do collides with environment or whatever, or if you have like a belongs to that's empty, so 0, then it won't match anything in the collides with. It won't work at all. So you do need to specify this belongs to. And I suppose this belongs to might not necessarily be the player if I've written the system this way, and it's going to do a ground check for anything that has the is grounded and the local to world and a physics gravity factor. Because I want to reuse this code for like enemies and stuff. But we can worry about that when we actually add like an enemy collision layer or whatever. Trips on head, I just get spaced by physics. Get physicsed. So what was I saying? we're storing the parameters of the ground check. This might not be the most efficient way of doing things in the isGrounded component, which we added or we defined here. We store the ground normal. That's a float 3, so it's the biggest piece of data here. We store a float for the ground check's y offset and then the ground check's distance. So that defines where we're doing the ground check. And so I've set those as variables. It would be faster if we store them in a singleton or something. But then it would have to be like per character type, per enemy or whatever, because the origin of the player is the center of this capsule and not the bottom or whatever, which some other games might do. Value here. Originally this was just isGrounded.value because this is the isGrounded. This is like whether or not it's grounded. Oh, one sec. Hello. Hello, Mullet. Hello. Ice Cream Dog, isn't this the evil messed up game engine? To be honest, that was one of the reasons that I wanted to use Godot in the first place last year when I was working on trying to make this game. Eventually I was like, okay, every time I'm working on this, I'm thinking about like, I should probably be using Unity dots because Godot doesn't have ECS built in. I was trying to integrate ECS on my own using Godot Rust and the Bevy ECS package. But that was a huge pain in the ass because I was having to translate stuff between Godot and the ECS, and I did not write it in a way that was particularly convenient for me to do so, and my code was getting messier, so I just said fuck it. And I'm gonna spend as long as it takes to understand how to organize a project as properly as possible in Unity using Unity dots, and we'll see how it goes from there. But yeah, I've seen a lot of arguments for and against, well, mostly against recently, against using ECS, and how like oftentimes it's probably easier to write it in the traditional OOP way instead of like a billion different little components here for the player. You just have one big player class, stores things like jump velocity, stores things like isGrounded, and you don't have to do all these little nitty annoying things where you like define a player authoring script and then you set this float here and then you add the actual jump velocity component to the entity and all that. But honestly, I kind of like the code base that I have written so far. I'm kind of chill with having everything in a little tiny system. I know the order of these systems from here, so we call these things from Latios framework to add the systems, and it goes in this order. And it happens in this order. So we're going over like the ground check system. So it's the first thing that happens in the movement super system. So first thing that happens when we're doing actual player movement stuff happens in the ground check. Yeah. Slash marker. Okay. I just markered that as ground check end. Where should we go? Let's do player authoring. I've talked about this a little. When you're in Unity dots, you have to add these authoring components to a mono behavior, so to a game object. And then this authoring component is sort of what defines data that goes from the game object into the entity in the ECS. And then the actual entity that gets made is defined by this baker. And you can put this baker class anywhere, but it's just convenient to put it inside of this player authoring script. And so it implements baker of player authoring, or template type, authoring type, player authoring. And then you implement this bake function. This bake function takes in this type, right? And then you get the entity using baker's get entity. When you call get entity, you have to pass in a transform usage flags parameter. Dynamic means it has a transform and it can move around. So this is a player, it's going to be moving around. We need a transform. I guess it feels a little weird that you have to do it this way instead of like, you know, directly adding a component or something, or I don't know, like maybe there'd be, this API would look a little different, but whatever. That's how you get a component. That's how you add the transform to the component, which you might access in, say, my character move system, where we're accessing, not actually a transform, we're accessing the physics velocity in wish direction system. This one we actually reference the transform for the rotation of the player. But anyway, back to player authoring. So that adds a transform, which we might reference. It's a local transform. And then every one of these add components adds a component to the entity. So we're adding the player tag. So that just identifies this is the player. I took this naming convention from, I don't know, some tutorials I saw where whenever you have an empty component that is just identifying this entity as a certain thing, you call it something tag. And so I sort of took that naming convention from one of the tutorials I was watching. So yeah, that's a player tag, means that this entity is the player, and we made that so it's for our identification of this entity as the player. There's the look rotation. This is input related. I should remember where we're actually using it. I think it's unused right now. Actually, yeah, it is unused. Wait. Okay, it's unused right now. Let's just kill it. Yeah, we don't need this shit. Actually, no, wait. I think I kept it because I was thinking about in the future I might want enemies to be able to like have a look rotations that are looking directly at the player, up and down, but I think the rotation will be enough. We can just use the transform rotation directly, and we're not using it right now, so I'm just going to get rid of it. If we need it later, we can do it later. Okay. Our first code edit of the stream. We killed unused code. Great. That's player. This is the wish direction and then wish jump. If you look in some source-like Quake movement code, there's like a wish direction and a wish jump variable. So I just turn those into components here. We're doing it that way so we can sort of separate it from the actual input logic. So we have the player input system, which we'll go over in a second, maybe, which sets things like our move input and our jump input. And that goes into that player input component. Oh, wait, not the... sorry. This has nothing to do with the actual player entity. There's a separate entity. We have this player input authoring script here. And it makes this singleton entity. So this is our singleton entity. Nothing in this script actually defines it as a singleton. The only thing that makes it a singleton is we only have one instance of it in our subscene. Thank you, Unity. Very cool. So that's how input actually happens. So then input goes onto that entity, and then based on that entity, we set things like wish direction and wish jump. And we sort of abstracted it this way because we also want enemies or whatever to be able to have like a jump input. Maybe they don't have the ability to jump, so we don't include that component. But maybe we want them to follow the player instead of what's the word? So you can like separate out their movement from like our input code. Right, so the player controls using this wish direction and then wish jump. I think I was gonna go over here. I think I mentioned this earlier. This character move script was adapted from this GitHub repo, which is MIT licensed, so it's totally totally fine to use. Where is here? Here, Unity source movement, this one, which is apparently based on this fragsurf character controller, which is gone. It's 404. But it's based off of like old ass movement code from like Quake Engine. So I guess technically Quake Engine's under GPLO. Whatever, don't worry about it. I think it's in controller here. Wischter. So, as mentioned in the comment at the top of my movement code file, it's adapted from this GitHub repo, fully credited with the MIT license here. Anyway. So that's wish jump, wish direction, the is grounded component here. I've been talking about the ground check a couple times. We need this component to be able to do the ground check and to store certain things. I'm storing the ground check distance and ground check y offset in this component, even though it might in theory be more efficient to add it into a separate component, which wouldn't be too much extra headache, but it's like one more script to have to deal with, so I just added here. So the good thing about doing it this way with the authoring means that we can define this public float here. We could also do a serialized field for a private or protected variable. And that means we can edit it in the inspector, in the Unity editor. And so one thing I noticed is you can actually edit those while the game is running, and it'll like rebake the entity and it'll just work. Somehow it just works. So that's very convenient for testing out things like jump height or player movement or whatever. Okay, so that's the is grounded component. We set the ground check distance and the y offset that defines our ground check raycast that we do in the ground check system here. But we'll go over that maybe later. I don't know. We add a jump velocity component. I was just like, okay, we need somewhere to define the jump velocity. I suppose it could have been in wish jump, but maybe it's better to have it separate. I took this naming convention from another tutorial I saw somewhere, where if you have a component that's just one value, we just name it value, because we don't want to do like jump velocity dot jump velocity. So this is just a naming convention that you could use or you don't have to use, but I decided to use it. Yeah, so that's the jump velocity, which we read from in... Where is it? Character jump system, this thing. Yeah, we get a ref.ro in this query of the jump velocity, and then we read its value, and then we just set the y velocity of the character to that value. We check this can jump is if it's grounded, then it can jump. We could change that logic in the future if it has like, I don't know, multiple jumps or something. But then we'd have to split it up between like if they have a multiple jumps component or whatever. So yeah, it depends on how we want to do that. When I was doing the dots learning stream, actually, there's a lot of considerations of if you like really care about performance, then there's a lot to consider when it comes to, do we add and remove components? Because whenever you're like adding and removing components on entities, that's like moving stuff around, and it takes a lot of calculations to like rebuild the, I forget what they're called exactly, like the indices of the archetypes of the components so that you can do queries over them efficiently. And so that incurs a cost if you're adding and removing components at runtime. Versus you can do enableable components. So you can turn on and off the components at runtime, and the component is still there in memory. It just is enabled or disabled. And that slows things down when you're trying to like query over them. And you have to determine, is this component enabled or is it not enabled? Or rather, the ECS has to do that and has to make some checks there. Hello Campin 608. Hello little, I'm little meow man. I guess that's my name now. All right, if you want to call me that, that's fine. Welcome to the stream. So that's a jump velocity. That's basically it. One of the things I really like about this whole ECS thing is I can have all the logic for just jumping in this one system. And for all the people who complain about ECS, I'm starting to see the appeal of doing it this way. If you look at more traditional movement code, like old school Quake style code or whatever, right? You have all this code happens one at a time and then jump. And yeah, this single jump function is pretty readable, right? Relatively simple, about the same as the logic we have here. Just writing it in this ECS way kind of forces you to split things out separately. And then this like jump function doesn't have to be tied to a character controller class at all. Like all it's tied to is these components. So if something has a wish jump, if it has is grounded, if it has a jump velocity, and it has a physics velocity, then this system is going to run on it. And this system is going to apply the jump. And the more I work with it in this way, the more my brain is like adapting to it and getting used to it. And it's like, okay, this feels good. Feels nice. So that's the jump velocity. Move speed. I forget where we're reading this, so I can just go to references. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Authoring not move speed, offering not move acceleration. No, we're definitely using this elsewhere, aren't we? Go to references. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Wait, we weren't. Just double checking. Shape. Level, fizz capsule, quaternion, debug job, point recapsule. Yeah, not all the from packages. Okay, just checking that we didn't like delete our look rotation component with when we were actually using it somewhere in our code. Okay. So this move speed gets read from in character move system. And in character move system, or rather, these are multiple systems. This is the character accelerate system, which does basically what the accelerate function does in like the source like old character controller that I was referencing does. Hello, Femboy Cultist. I have a functioning FPS third-person shooter character controller in BGE 2.79b. The code could be better. Nice. Cool. It's neat. Yeah, so one thing I couldn't find was like there's a lot of pre-made FPS controller assets. Character controllers for Unity. The only one for Unity dots, I think, is the official like Unity character controller package. At least that's what I was looking at. I'm sure one exists. I just didn't bother looking for it. But I wanted it to be source-like. I wanted it to be like a source engine movement, like the Quake airstrafey shenanigans movement. So I made it myself. And so we read this move speed here, yeah, when we're getting the wish speed. So this is basically the where is it? This part is like the core of the Quake style movement code, or Quake source engine, whatever, old school movement. This code is for slope handling. So I was using the wish stir directly before. Here, I think I took it from this movement code somewhere. Underwater, ground movement. This thing, get movement direction. Sorry, you can't see. This code here. Vector 3 cross from the ground normal to negative player transfers right. So players left. And I don't know why that works, but it does. And so this one is taking the input direction directly, or the inputs directly. And that's why it's using the player transforms, right? I'm already translating or like rotating the wish input somewhere. I think it's, yeah, player wish direction something system. So this represents like direct velocity that the player wants to go in. And so I'm already getting it from the rotation. I think from another, this might have been from the character controller library actually. Yeah, I took these ones, multiply, rote dot, map dot right. Oh wait, that exists. Oh wait, I can simplify my where is it? Character move system. Here I defined this, but I could use map dot left. Here. Where am I referencing left? Here. Map dot left. Is that a function? Yeah, it is a function. Okay. Nice. Clean that up. Some of us have secret TOS. They own like 10% of your game or money if you plan on selling your game. You basically have to fake Havoc physics engine jank in order to get accurate source engine movement. Yeah, I'm not planning to go that accurate. I'm already taking a bit of liberty with where is it? Slope handling. Let's just make sure I haven't broken this. Compiling. We're compiling. You can't see that. Okay, there we go. I've already taken a bit of liberty. One, by using a capsule collider for the player. And two, by allowing this to happen when you jump on slopes. I could probably add like a countering force to deal with that, but I think it would mess with when you're like going really fast and you happen to bump into a ramp or something and you like want to slide off of it really fast or something. So I'm just trying to keep it sort of in line with Unity's physics, but still inspired by Source by having like the air strafing stuff. But yeah. So if anything, we're making a less jank source engine movement. So that's good, right? Yeah, so that's getting... Well, that's part of getting input. And then lastly, that's a move speed. Lastly, we have this if offering debug. We have this bool debug. We just add debug tag, again, an empty component, because we're using that naming scheme for a tag. And we use this in the ground check system in its own debug system, which should only, it should only run this loop when there is something with a debug tag for performance. Add the quick jump sound effect. Oh yeah, I should do that. All right, take that out of context. Okay. Yeah. So that's it. That's every single component that I added to the player entity that gets made from this player authoring component. I have some global stuff, little singleton stuff in this movement variables entity. And so do we get acceleration there? Oh, wait a minute. Acceleration, air acceleration. Wait, that means that this is also unused, isn't it? Wait, hold on. Go to references. Go to references. Character move system. Move speed. Oh yeah, we aren't reading the character's acceleration at all. Okay, never mind. We should get rid of this. We should go to this. Rename this to just value and then get rid of acceleration. Yeah, do that. Okay, and hopefully I didn't break things. Quake speedruns be like, So I was playing Serious Sam, the first encounter, and then Juwoon was like, hey, imagine if all the all the jump sounds were moans. Imagine? I mean, that's basically what the game is already, right? Alright. Alright. Yeah, everything should be working. Yeah, we just removed some unused code. Nice. Love it. Okay. So yeah. We don't have the crazy air control, because when you're doing surf in like Counter-Strike or TF2 or whatever, right, they modify the air accelerate variable like crazy. Right now it's set to 1 and 4 in Unity units, so meters per something, meters per second squared probably. But yeah, those are the variables that I have found to feel pretty close to, I don't know, how other source engine games feel. I was referencing like Portal and Left 4 Dead mostly. But yeah, that's home movement. Okay. Yeah, we went over, was it the player authoring script? Let's go over player input next. I'm gonna slash marker this just so we're aware of it. Marker player input. Oh my god, that was like a 20-minute segment. All right. All right. Let's take a look at the player input. So how do we actually get stuff from your keyboard or whatever? We're using Unity's input system, which I've realized is actually pretty close to how Godot does it if you do it in the way that I'm using it. So that was nice. It felt pretty familiar. So we have this player input authoring script. This is another singleton. It's only a singleton because we only added one to our scene and we're not going to spawn anymore. So just trust me, bro, it's a singleton. And right now we just have the look sensitivity as the one like setting on it. And then the rest is like stuff that gets set at runtime. Yo, we got a bot. Hello, bot. Good job, Sarivod. Good job killing the other bot. You're one of the good ones, Saribot. All right. We have the player input component. We take in our look sensitivity. We have our look input, our move input, our jump input, the previous jump, so the jump input from the last tick, and our scroll wheel delta, which I'm using just for scroll wheel jump at the moment. Because scroll wheel, mouse wheel down, and mouse wheel up aren't actually buttons in Unity's input system. It's treated as a one-dimensional axis. Or is it a two-dimensional axis? It's actually, yeah, it's taken as a two-dimensional axis. Because I think, yeah, you can like left scroll, right scroll on touchpads or whatever. So that is how it'd be doing. So we got our look sensitivity from the authoring component. We can adjust that in code or in the Unity editor. And at runtime, where are we using this? Maybe let's go to the root super system so we can take a look at it from the top. I remade Quake Movement Blender 1.1. 1-to-1, but the bullet physics engine Blender has can't handle a dynamic object moving so fast you would just phase through walls. Oh my god. Continuous collision detection. It's more expensive than than discrete physics. Collision detection. Although I hear Unity physics under the hood might be using good bot. I didn't know this Saribot had a response for that. Yeah, good bot. Good bot, Saribot. What was I saying? I think I heard that Unity physics isn't actually doing continuous collision detection most of the time, which seems fine for our use purposes, probably. As long as we're not like simulating bullets moving at a physically accurate speed. That might be pretty rough on like 25 tick. Anyway. Oh, I guess that's a concern too. If I'm doing 25 tick, hello Aros. Being productive, aren't we? We're barely getting anything done. I'm explaining stuff. Mostly for my understanding, just to cement things in my head, but also hopefully if someone finds it useful. But yeah. I think I wrote in the stream description the plan is to add UI stuff and then rocket jumping, but we might only get to the UI stuff. Because there's actually a lot to this that I have to explain. There's two parts to input, and that's the variable, so the part that happens every frame, and then the fixed update part of it, which isn't actually called fixed update, it's in the fixed step simulation system group. But I called it player input variable system, player input fixed system. And so movement, WASD, and jump I handle on every physics tick. I'm just going to call it the tick from now on for convenience. Rocket jumping already peak. Maggot. Wow. Yeah, I was a soldier main in TF2. Although now that I think about it, I played a surprising amount of medic as well. Love hitting those Crusaders crossbow shots. I didn't even mind that all the other syringe guns suck because the Crusaders crossbow was fun to use. Anyway. Right. I was about to talk about how since I'm doing a really low tick rate, I'm doing 25 tick, then that means I'm gonna have to be using continuous collision detection, which is definitely doable in Unity's physics package for dots, because there's a cast collider query you can do, but it's slower than doing discrete physics. And I think the cast collider also is actually doing discrete checks. BGE has better physics, but transparent materials and objects are broken. You have to choose between better physics or having transparent objects and materials. Man, what is up, BG? I don't actually know. What's up, dog? Not much. How about you? Oh, Blender game engine. Oh, a fork of the Blender game engine. Oh, neat. I actually had no idea that this existed. Blender game engine. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I like how the advertiser is just, you can make your game start to finish without leaving Blender. That's the big selling point. You can use it within Blender. That's neat. Okay. Yeah, where were we? Of course you played Medic, that's so got it. Oh no. Don't talk to me about fucking r/heal slots. Anyway. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there about the physics ticks actually potentially being slower with all the collision checks being continuous instead of discrete. But anyway, we have the variable one, so every frame we're getting the mouse input. That's so we can do the player rotation stuff, which hopefully shouldn't affect anything being like deterministic or whatever, but you never know. Because it is a capsule collider with no rotation applied to it, or well, no rotation other than the rotation we provide. So, why are you still showing an error for this? It's literally, you literally have it right there. Okay, whatever, language server. Oh, that's from Unity Physics. What was I looking at? Input, right? I was explaining input. They should advertise Facebook's new AI friends like that. You know, I want to make a Minecraft mod. I don't know what it would be about. Like, there's a Minecraft YouTuber. Hold on. Let me know if you've seen this Minecraft YouTuber named Fingies. He adds funny stuff to Minecraft, like war crimes. So just watch one of his videos for inspiration and then go to his comment section and read what people suggest in the comments. I added eldritch horrors beyond human comprehension to Minecraft. I added fingies to Minecraft. I added British people to Minecraft. I added my crippling credit card debt to Minecraft. Yeah, make one of those. Yeah, make one of those. That'd be fun. Anyway. All 4 of them, 280k fine. To avoid prison. Huh? Make a Minecraft mod where a monster does 999 damage, screams loud as fuck, and impossible to kill. Yeah, make what's that Gmod thing? Or it's like a, I forget what it's called, but it's like the horror monster AI where it just chases you and kills you. Add that. Make a horror game in Minecraft, but in a mod. What's I gonna talk about? Oh right, Apple. This is completely unrelated. We're tangenting a bit, but what was it? Apple. Theo made a video on this. Theo T3GG, talking about Apple never lost this hard before this one. Epic Games versus Apple. This is completely unrelated. I'm reacting to this video that I watched earlier. Apple has never lost its heart before. Basically, like 4 years ago, or was it 5 years ago, in 2020, Epic sued Apple because for being like an unfair monopoly, and it was like an antitrust case over them forcing app developers to use their platform, their payment methods, and taking a 30% cut. And Epic actually won the lawsuit, and the courts ordered Apple to do a few things that would like make it easier for other developers to like do their own thing on the platform. Apple chose to interpret the court order's words in like the most way that was beneficial to them and bad for app developers. And the court basically said fuck you to Apple as of April 30th this year. So really recently, the court was like, fuck you, Apple, and told them, okay, you gotta let app developers point to their own outside stores and not get in their way. Because before it was like a big flashing full screen warning saying like, ooh, you're going away from Apple. We can't, you might get a virus, you might get scammed or whatever. We can't guarantee anything. And the court's like, no, you have to, as of this ruling, they're like, you have to make a like reasonable disclosure that isn't like super obtrusive, and we have to like we get to supervise it and see that it's not like unreasonable. And then what else was in there? I basically was just watching this guy's video. But basically, the App Store is opened up a bit more, and developers aren't going to be forced as much to use Apple's payment method where they take a 30% hell tax. Apple trying to Rumpelstiltskin them. Yep. Epic suing Apple for being a monopoly is like a PDF suing a rapist. Honestly, as long as Epic's incentives are aligned with app developers' incentives, then it's like an enemy of my enemy is my friend situation for me, is how I feel. I don't mind as long as it's good for, you know, consumers and developers. Because one of the things he talks about in this video is, was it Apple taking a cut of Twitch subs because Twitch has their mobile app on iOS and the payments have to go through Apple due to all the bullshit that Apple's forcing on them, and Apple has to take a 30% cut of it. And if you pay $5 for a sub on Apple on iOS mobile for Twitch, then 30% of that has to go to Apple. And then even then, like your like the amount that goes to Twitch then becomes less, and then the amount that Twitch has to take a cut from, either they take more of a cut from the streamer or they just don't get enough to, you know, keep their platform running, and that fucking sucks. So I think last I heard there was like a ridiculously higher price for things, for like YouTube memberships and Twitch subs on mobile because of this. And so obviously streamers are like warning people, don't buy subs on mobile basically because of Apple being a fuck. Apple taking a fucking 30% cut just for processing a tiny ass payment. And yeah, that's ridiculous. They're not your friend, Neo, they're just not an enemy this time. Yeah, I'm talking about this instance in particular, right? Because Epic wants it easier for developers to do their thing, and that means like potentially making games with Unreal Engine, and then if they make a shitload of money, then paying a royalty to Epic, which honestly I'm fine with. Their fee is like 5% after you make $1 million, and I think that's a very big dream for any solo indie developer like myself or any small indie team, right? So I'm pretty much I'm fine with that as long as they're gonna keep it that way. I'm not actually using Unreal for this though. I'm using Unity because I just honestly I just haven't spent a ton of time with Unreal. I know like what's it? It has Unreal scripts, so you don't actually have to touch like the engine code if you don't want to, but they do provide you with the engine code if you want to modify it, extend it, or do high performance stuff, which is neat. But yeah. Still waiting on the verdict. Give me Yakuza are gonna go across the world, get ground into mulch. Google also does that. That's why Fortnite's on the main app store. Yeah. I mean, that kind of fucking sucks too. And Google itself has already had like a bunch of antitrust cases against them too, right? I mean, I say fuck them. Big tech is just making everything worse. I say while streaming on a platform owned by big tech. Epic Games is evil, so is Apple. Epic's just angry they aren't the ones getting a 30% cut. I think, actually, if we're going to argue about like a 30% cut, Steam takes a 30% cut, right? So if anything, we should also be angry at Steam. But players are very happy with it. I think developers are also pretty happy with putting games on Steam just because of the size of the audience you get, right? And the Epic Game Store, they're like trying to get more people to it. So one of the things they offer is like you waive the Unreal Engine royalty if your game is on Epic Game Store, or like the whatever sales you get on the Epic Game Store, which is neat. It's neat, but also like them trying to get you onto their platform and all, but it's at least like aligned with, you know, making things better for the developer. Palworld might have won their case by calling out Nintendo for selectively applying their patent. That is great to hear. That's amazing to hear. I feel so strongly, I'm so strongly against like most software patents. I think there's like an obvious way of doing things. I think that really stifles innovation for like what was the example? The Crazy Taxi HUD arrow, the 3D arrow that just points to the next objective. That thing was patented for like the longest time, and so game developers couldn't use that like super obvious thing, and it's like that is very much stifling innovation. It's not trying to like, you know, let a patent creator benefit from the patent. They're just doing it to say fuck you to anyone else that is trying to, you know, innovate on ideas and make new gameplay ideas. That's, you know, that is very much against anything that I would stand for in game development and software. $5% of profit is reasonable, even if it was under $1 million. Yeah, it would be reasonable under $1 million. Unity it requires you to pay for the pro version license, which is like $2,200 a year or something, after your game makes $200,000 in a year, I think. So, you know, that's also pretty reasonable. And that's also because they're like backpedaling after the whole pricing fiasco from last year, right? So yeah, I'm not sure I can really trust any of these companies. And it's gotta suck really bad to have a project like halfway in production and then the pricing model just suddenly changes for the worse. So it's not that I completely trust these companies. It's that they happen to have the tool that is best for the project that I am trying to make. So I have to take that into consideration. While Epic was suing Apple for being a monopoly, they're trying to fuck over Steam. That's why it's so many Epic Game Store exclusive PC games for a couple years. Yeah. And I mean, it does kind of suck for players, but at least they're trying to make things better for developers by, you know, actually offering cash or like a lower cut than Steam does. Right. Yakuza is owned by Sega. Now the three companies just have to fight. Charizard versus generic powered Pokemon versus Kiryu. Yeah, we need more. We need companies fighting each other. because it's good for the consumer, right? It's, you know, it's just how business works, right? If there's more competition on the business side, then it's better for the consumer because the consumer gets a product at a better price and all, right? Better high quality products too. So I guess I'm taking on a case by case basis, and it's like this case of Epic fighting Apple, that's the outcome from this is beneficial to developers and consumers alike. And so Epic's incentives are aligned here with making things better for consumers and developers. So that's my main takeaway, not that like Epic is a holy pure being of goodness, that Epic is our mega idol that we should all stan and Oshi, but that Epic's incentives in this case happen to be aligned with consumers and developers, and so I'm happy that this outcome is what is happening, and that the courts are not letting Apple be a fuck. In general, everyone takes a 30% cut, but what are you going to exchange for that money? Makes a difference. Yeah, YouTube's taking a 30% cut. If you're super chatting, if you're Stream Elements donating, then it's really low. It's like the payment processor's cut, which is like 3% plus a flat like 20-30 cents, or I think it's like 30 cents per transaction, which is, you know, no matter what, it's going to be lower than Twitch or YouTube's cut. Twitch is taking 50%. Honestly, from what I hear, I think Theo mentions this in this video, Apple's never lost his heart before, that like that Twitch's cut for smaller streamers is probably still losing them money, considering the amount of bandwidth that they're giving you, like the amount of people that you're transmitting the stream to, and you know, me even putting it at a higher bitrate than Twitch wants me to is also costing them money. YouTube too, especially. If anything, YouTube's, you know, probably losing even more on like hosting my streams in theory, but I guess it's more to keep people on the platform overall and, you know, make money from ads like that. I'm increasingly despising Nintendo for still being child-friendly demons who feed off of being a monopoly. I mean, yeah, what, they're raising prices, and now like Microsoft is raising prices in response. For me as small indie developer, then in a way that makes it good for me, because it means it'll be easier for an indie to compete on the price point. If AAA and other games are getting more expensive, then indie becomes more attractive as a lower cost alternative. Still sucks for gamers who, you know, want to play those games, but I'm kind of looking on the bright side here. I'm trying to look on the bright side. Epic has been desperately trying to become Steam for like 10 years now. They're way more greedy than Steam. Epic, the second Steam is gone. Yeah, the 5% cut, now it's 45%. Yeah, it's not like it can fully trust that these companies aren't gonna, you know, change their tactics at any point. I mean, Unity basically demonstrated that last year, right? But as long as Unity is competing with Unreal, then I have hope that the free market will be able to do, you know, put a fire under these companies' asses to, you know, not just fuck over developers as much as possible. Blender's also just pretty good. It is good, yeah. It's a company that has to keep getting better rather than being Nintendo and releasing the same game reskin 30 times. Yeah. Get Astolfo, Felix, Venti, and Brisket fight each other. This will be great for the consumer. Yeah, totally. Yeah. I'm sure consumers would love to see that fight. I think I have that video saved, FPC. Where they're oh, okay. Okay, I feel like patents should be limited to the peak of that game being purchased. Usually being like the first 3 months to a year for the bigger ones. I feel like at that point it would, given the timescale that games are developed on, right? That would basically make them irrelevant. Which is good, because I think they should be limited as much as possible, because I think software patents are just kind of gross and bad for innovation. So yeah, that sounds fine. At least for mechanics. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, something oil cage fight. What? Huh? Anyway, I was talking about player input before we got sidetracked. That was a long tangent. We might get like no coding done this stream. I'm just gonna keep going. Marker. It's only been 2 hours. It feels like it's been way longer than that. Anyway. Apple Epic tangent over. We were on player input, weren't we? So we have the variable system. We have the fixed system. And the aliens lore. Wayland Yulani has over 1 billion patents. From smart washing machines to nuclear weapons platforms. Man. You don't want 30 asset flip knockoffs of a game dropping the moment it releases. I think for, a sufficiently innovative game, it's gonna take a while for developers to, make any... I guess it depends on the style of game. Like, Vampire Survivors comes out, everyone realizes, okay, you can make a game this simple and it's really fun and compelling, then like 1 billion Vampire Survivors clones come out. Right? But yeah, I guess I'm not too concerned about stuff like that, because if a game isn't great, if a game is just a low effort asset flip and also sucks, then people are just gonna not buy it, right? The market will do the market. It'll filter it out, basically. And I don't think there's anything wrong, right, with like a lot of bad games coming out if, decent games can still find success. Which I guess is a bit of a concern, right? There's more and more of a concern of like, you create a genuinely really good game and you spend months or years or however long, whatever, working on it, and you release it and it just gets completely lost in the flood. And I'm hoping that by doing content creation alongside game dev, I can, mitigate that to some extent. I can make it at least somewhat possible to do my own marketing and show my game to people. Which did happen. Rotato being one of the funnier things to come from that. Yeah, but Rotato is a great game. Rotato is a good game. It's just well designed, well polished, it has a solid game loop. I love Rotato. I have like, 300 hours or something? 250 or something hours in it. The Vampire Survivors clones are so shameless. They're literally week 1, their copies being dropped. Yeah. Fair. Understandable. Yeah. It really does feel like the birth of a new genre. Although pretty recently, 5 years ago-ish? And I don't mind that. I think, more ideas being explored in games is good, and if a game sucks, then you can just ignore it, right? Sure, the femboys are... Huh? So shameless. The issue comes when the clones are all named about the same as the original. Yeah! X-Survivors, X-Vampire something. I mean, I keep referencing the only other FPS Vampire Survivors clone I can think of, which is Vampire Hunters. That's pretty derivative name, to be honest. But I think it's fine, because if a game sucks, then if someone searches for Vampire Survivors, they're gonna find the OG over any of the clones, almost certainly, right? Vampire Surviving, Vampire Survival, Vampire Lev, Vampire Masquerading as Survivor. Not even that new, it's twin stick shooting. We did this Smash TV. What makes Vampire Survivors unique compared to, well, I don't know, old school twin stick shooters? It's still, I've heard people say stuff like, roguelikes are the modern arcade game. And it's meant to be simple, easy to pick up, you know, hard to master but easy to learn, and you know, a game that provides something, some kind of challenge, some kind of randomness. You can keep playing it, right? The auto shooting and the sort of casual nature, and then the picking up of experience, power scaling. I think there's a lot to the Vampire Survivors core game loop that makes it like an innovation as opposed to calling it just a twin stick shooter. Roguelikes are the modern sandbox game. Not a small amount will get one of the clones because they didn't really look past the sales scam. Every third boring prick makes one, and the fans scream how it's so new and innovative, and it's just one of the many. Yeah. Yeah. I don't mind, because I think that if you hate that kind of game, if you look at this and go, okay, it's just another Vampire Survivors clone, then, you know, that's fine, right? That's, you have your own preferences and your own habits, and you can just choose not to buy that thing. Just like with streaming or, you know, content or whatever, right? If you watch something and, okay, this is boring, this sucks, I don't like it, you can just watch something else, right? I feel like people get really hung up on, I don't know, hating on things and saying they shouldn't exist, when the way I see it, everything is just kind of a sea of garbage, and you know, that's just sort of how it is. And I think that the algorithms generally do a good job of, you know, letting good content surface to the top. Hello, Benzine. I mean, simple games don't exist. I'm impressed with anyone who even finishes their first Clone Trist project. Yeah, game dev is complicated. It is hard. But I think we can judge it from two different lenses. One of like admiring the craft of like spending the time to learn the engine and figuring out how to, you know, just make a game in the first place. I do think that is impressive. But from like a consumer standpoint of like actually playing a game and enjoying a game, I think we can hold things to a different standard. And I think both those standards can actually can like coexist together. You can admire the fact that it is genuinely really hard to, you know, combine all these complicated things together and make an interactive experience and make a game, right? And that is genuinely impressive. But also you can you can look at the game from the lens of a player and like, this game fucking sucks. Oh, you spent 2-3 years working on this game and making it as best as possible. It fucking sucks. Fuck you. I think both those perspectives can genuinely exist together, as long as we're like, I don't know, putting them in the right context or whatever, and we're not, you know, being too harassing of developers or whatever. You shouldn't judge a game from the game dev position, but from the consumer position. I mean, yeah, if you're trying to make a commercial game that succeeds, then definitely you have to think of it from that higher standard and not from the wow, good job standard. Right? I think of it, I don't know, I've thought about that with content creation as well, right? You can hold things to the standard of learning this stuff is hard and puts a lot of effort, and you put in a lot of effort in, and you genuinely should be proud of what you've done and, you know, be praised for all that, and sure. But at the same time, right, if you're holding it to the standard of like, quote unquote, making it as a creator of like commercial success, then you need to be able to look at it critically from the lens of like the consumer who spends 5 seconds looking at a thing and like, okay, I don't like this, I'm going to move on, right? I think that it's really important to separate out those two perspectives and to be aware of it and not letting it like crush your confidence and ego and all that if you're trying to like succeed and not just to do X thing as a hobby, right? Eventually it does balance out. In the short term, it also crush small developers because they get bogged down out by the scum. Yeah, it is what it is. I don't think it's like completely free to like make an asset flip. You know, you still have to put in some effort to make a game, even if it's shitty. But yeah, there is kind of a flood of games, and I'm sure, well, most of them probably suck. But I still hope that with the sort of algorithmic nature of social media and things like that, that, you know, people are able to find games that are genuinely good, or at least like decent enough to be enjoyable for players, and then let those be discovered at least somewhat. Still learning new things about Blender game engine, even though I've been using it since 2014. Hell yeah. Vampire Servers was cool, and I bought it. You could say the clever thing about it was a basically free price point when they absolutely could have charged more for it. That definitely helped, right? I think I got it when it was $2.99, and then they raised the price to $5. And yeah, that was like one of the first times I bought a game that wasn't on sale on Steam because it was that cheap. I was like, $3? All right, good enough. Doesn't matter what you do, you'll always have haters and anti-fans. True. Yeah. I guess it's a very unnatural thing to be a content creator and have, I don't know, that many people scrutinizing you and your every action and your every move and all that. And honestly, I'm surprised people don't go more insane than they already do. Anyway. Thing I always took away from streaming is behave as though the chatters are in the room with you. Do what you're enjoying. I'm enjoying this conversation. I hope you're enjoying this conversation. I'm talking about things that I find interesting, and yeah. Absolutely true, like how a journeyman apprentice would have to make bad barrels or gutters or whatever at first to learn how to do it right. Yeah, that's why the general advice is like make small things, make small games and learn from that. And I think making the last Game Jam game over those 2 weeks, making Crow Management Simulator, really helped give me an idea of like, okay, this is all the things to consider when making a game. This is how you finish a project, basically. Even though I had like way more ideas on the ideas doc than we were able to get to. But I think having that experience helped me sort of understand what I'm trying to do as a whole with trying to make a game. Anyway, I'm like so far behind. Hello, internet consumer. I'm so far behind on chat. They have as though the chatters in the room with you. It can beat you up is my motto. Maybe a lot of interactions on the internet would be a lot better if more people took that mindset. Places like, I don't know, I guess Twitter is the main place where I see a bunch of toxicity and people shitting on each other because the algorithm rewards it. There's no passion, just cash grabs. No passion, no soul. I'd like to think that if something is a cash grab, if the developer didn't care enough about it and only made it for money, that it'll be reflected in the quality of the product, and then consumers will just vote with their wallets and everything will sort of balance out in the end. That's the way I like to think about it. I don't know how true or accurate that is to what actually happens, but yeah. One thing I do think is like a huge thing to consider nowadays is just viral marketing and just social media and just influencers, streamers playing games, and people finding games from that. Say, for example, Among Us, right? Blew up in 2020. The game was out for like 2 years before then, but it blew up because a bunch of big streamers started playing it during the pandemic. Easy way to mess with the other player you're against in local multiplayer. Blow at them with your mouth. I keep hearing Blender Game Engine, someone running the up BGE, someone in YouTube chat. Someone in YouTube chat is. Here, I can move the chat. Because it's a little... Yeah, you can't really see the chat history. I don't take your recommendation on price. You think a Costco hot dog is worth its cost, and when I try to say they're not, man, that's just your opinion, man. And $1.50 is a good deal. Don't get lynched by chat is my motto. I think if you're too scared, if you're too reserved, then it's probably counterproductive for, I don't know, just being chill and entertaining on stream and having a good time and letting other people have a good time as well. To take a potentially joking comment as something serious. I feel like I do that maybe somewhat often, but I don't mind because if something sparks my mind in a certain way, then I'm gonna respond to it as if it were, you know, somewhat serious. But I've heard about Undertale / Deltarune is kind of inspiring too. He isn't really a good programmer, but he has a vision that he cares about a lot, and that got them finished. Yeah. That's one thing I think about a lot is the artists who start as artists primarily and then become game programmers who figure out how to learn how to game develop just enough so that they can make their game, and it tends to work out really well for them. When like people are primary, because I feel like a lot of the important parts of the game, right? The game design aspect really requires you to think about the player and sort of the impact that things that are very close to the player have on the player. I remember watching a video on mechanics, dynamics, aesthetics, and how you as a developer, you sort of start from the mechanics side of things, but the first thing the player sees and notices and experiences is the aesthetics of it, like the visuals and the sound effects and all that. And the artist is probably way closer to that side of things in their experience compared to someone who is going from being a programmer, like me, and trying to learn game development and trying to figure out how would a player view this and react to this and experience this. And maybe they're like not even thinking about that at all, and they're getting lost in the sauce of coding their super duper technically great game engine framework, whatever, and never make a good game out of it. I love how the fastest way to start an argument nowadays is saying I don't like being called bro, you gotta chill out, bro. You gotta stop caring about being called bro. As I said, eventually bounce up, people get robbed in the short term. Yeah. I don't know what to say about that. Like, just get lucky. Just get lucky. I don't know. Or leverage social media more effectively. At least I'd like to tell myself that. I have no idea how actually feasible, realistic, whatever that is. And you have the red and blue pixel meme, Soyjack pointing and saying, yo, it's Dante Virgil. Soyjack. I love the Soyjack meme. I was just watching some YouTuber did like a video of eating vegetarian fast food for a week, and he's talking about the poor optics of vegan meat. And how the original Soyjack pointing image is them pointing at like the Beyond Nuggets from KFC. Any meal that's $1.50 tastes good. So true. I'm so behind on the chat. Bonesaw. Undertale source code jump scare 50 wild loops. One giant if else chain. Any meal under $5 tastes good in my book. So true. So true. I call everyone bro, mom, GF boss. Look at this guy, the GF. GF he calls bro. Damn, bro. Nice tits, bro. Sorry, you shouldn't say that, GF. Personally, I see chat as my friend, which explains why I treat all of you guys Like you're out to get me. Damn, accidentally calling bro mommy. Thanks, I mean bro. Thanks, bro. I mean mom. Sorry. Sorry, mom. Sorry, mom. Sorry. I love that meme. Okay, where were we? Before this long ass tangent was over? Oh my god. Tangent 2. Okay, whatever. Only true friends will be able to get their own friend. Mommy, sorry, mom. Sorry, mommy. I mean, mommy. I mean, sorry, my mommy. My GF hated being called bro at first. She gave protesting after being called 1,000 times. You've conditioned her. You trained her. It's like the one, anime style comic that's like the guy doing the chin scratch thing to his GF, and then he like reaches out his hand, and then she like raises her her neck, and she's like training complete. Another Pavlov W. Neos is every 2 feet taller now. I will say that's pretty. That is like what? Pretty high on the percentile range. That's a pretty low subset of the population. Clipped. No, don't clip me saying mommy. No, okay. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. We should get back to coding. New height talks. I'm actually 20 feet tall. You just wouldn't know. I'm cursed to have this body and to want to be the small little guy. Ugh. Where were we? Player input? Dude, we've had this code on screen for so goddamn long. Okay, chat, here's the quiz. Were you paying attention? Can you tell me what this code does? 6-foot Chad monster. Yeah. Yep. How tall would a woman have to be 2 feet taller than you exactly? Tall enough. Tall enough. The picture of the black guy that dated an emo girl, the picture 5 years later. He literally looks completely different. The code's most codely. Yeah. Look, okay, here we get the okay, here's how we actually get the input. We use input actions. So if you make like a new input system input actions thing, it'll like auto generate a class. Unity auto generates this class based on like a asset thing that you modify. So me coming from Godot, it looks like it's pretty similar to like Godot's input system. You double click on this this input system actions input system. I think I just right click created. Where is it actually? I don't know. But whatever. Yeah, new input actions. So yeah, and then it auto generates a class. And then we can reference that class here. And we want to reference to it in the system. So I'm using system base here because this is a managed data. This is managed data. Managed thing. Can't be burst compiled or done in a separate thread. State I found Broin. Opius ignoring me. Good. Maybe. I don't know what you're saying, but I don't trust that it was completely safe for YouTube. At least for YouTube's filter. Anyway, we call input actions enable in onCreate, and then we call disable on onDestroy, just so it's not like lingering around, or I guess that's the thing you're supposed to do with it. So now we can reference this input system actions. That was just the auto-generated name. I could have renamed it probably and made it less weird. But anyway, now we can reference it. So to get a certain action, we do .player.look, and these were, I think, the defaults that Unity added. So there's like player inputs and then UI input actions. And so we reference the player input actions, and then we reference the look, and then we call read value of the type that the action is of. And then we get a vector 2. And then we multiply it by our look sensitivity, which we get from the player input component, which is a singleton. We get with get single system API get singleton RW for rewritable. And we just set the look input on this player input component. We also got the scroll wheel here. This is actually using the old Unity legacy input system, just to get the scroll delta directly. And that's for convenience. It was this time. Neil's Pavlovian response, spending $1.50 on garbage hot dogs. It's $1.50, man. In this economy. Tsundere OBS, I'm no old man, it's not like I'm attracted to you, Baka. Bro, we're gonna... Has no one actually made an anime girl version of OBS yet? Like a Gijinka, like anime girl OBS. We need that. We need that. I want cute anime girl OBS to click start streaming on. It makes Neil feel better. I've had a hot dog that was actually worse. Congrats. Great. I think -8 did? Okay, good. Great. Furry Discord hosting gave me neuron activation. Oh man. The Gijinka to furry pipeline is real. Anyway, I was a little concerned about having to input system actions instances in these two separate systems. It seems like they work totally fine, and it just works, and I don't have to worry about it. I don't know if that's actually the case, but it seems to work, and no one told me I couldn't do it, so I'm just doing that. There's two separate instances of input system actions in these two separate player input systems. So one is a variable one that runs every frame, one is a fixed system that runs every physics tick. And so on every physics tick, we get the player input rewritable, so we can update these values. Don't set a var equal to value RW, because that will, I think it like clones from the reference and then you can't actually modify it anymore. Something new needs to add to those game furry discords to increase his market net. No boy. Anyway, so here we're reading the value of the move input as a vector 2. I think it's already normalized by Unity, so don't have to, or rather limited to like a circle radius around the origin. So we don't have to worry about scaling it like that to have the AD movement, or is it holding forward and right at the same time movement, like in Doom that makes you run faster. Giving the player the ability to wear animal tails and ears will make the game 50% more marketable. Oh my god. Just like web fishing. Yeah, we can make furry FPS survivors game. It's not wrong. You guys, unironically, you guys probably aren't wrong. My insane uncle watching Anunnaki and Afghan giant conspiracy videos at 200% volume. Actually, I wanted to ask you guys, because I've been hearing some mixed opinions on sort of Vampire Survivors clones and Survivors likes. What is your guys' thoughts on just the idea of a first-person shooter Survivors like? So Vampire Survivors, but it's a first-person shooter, right? I know I mentioned that there's like one game that exists I can think of that fits that description that already exists and you can buy. But I just want to hear your reaction to the idea of that game at a super, super high level. I haven't told you anything else about the game. It's just going to be Vampire Survivors, but it's a first-person shooter. Yeah, it's a shooter, and you can headshot the enemies and get cool guns that power up super hard, and you kill huge swarms of enemies. Also, anything will get compared to Slaughtering Grounds. Haven't heard of that one. I'm Googling it. Little Homicide Studios, The Slaughtering Grounds. This one? Where's the store page? Escape from the Slaughtering Grounds. I've never heard of this. When did this come out? How to make 2016. Wait, where actually is the store page link on this? What the hell? I had no idea Digital Homicide actually sued Jim for 10 million. What the fuck? What sort of ancient internet drama have I discovered here? There is an FPS Vampire Survivors gets laggy towards the end. I'd recommend making it low poly. Bullet hell in first person visual stimulus go burr. Slaughtering Grounds was a garbage FPS made by a developer who tried to sue Jim Sterling because he gave it a negative review. I have heard of Jim Sterling. I've seen his stuff before. Is there no link to the store page? Because there is no store page because it got taken down. What the hell? The most exclusive club you can't even get in anymore. Oh my god. What the hell? 2016. Holy crap. And it had Steam trading cards too, and no one could get the game anymore. There's a Doom clone version of Vampire Survivors. I've never played it, so I can't give an opinion. Removed because of a shit show court case it became. Alright. I'm like really curious. I'm gonna look for Slaughtering Grounds new worst game of 2014 contender. Holy shit, amazing graphics. Wow. It looks so goofy. Oh my god. I can't, yeah, hold on. I'll actually listen to the sounds now. How's the sound design? That shotgun sound sounds extremely familiar. Why do the blood effects like originate from? Where are they originating from? This is Jim Sterling's video, by the way. Oh my god. Holy shit. The devs of this game are insane and probably watching stream right now. It also used stolen assets in art. They didn't code different ammo types. Oh my god. Oh, he's out of ammo. Animations. Oh no. He's out of the JPEGs. The JPEG artifacts on the blood textures. Or is that just poor masking? Oh my god. It is a first-person shooter technically. Oh my god, the view model's in front of the boss menu. Awesome. All right. This is certainly one of the games of all time. Great. All right. It's all FPS Game Maker assets you can buy. That shotgun sound is probably everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. I used to play a lot of like old Flash games. Kind of remind me of that. My concern is your game is going to be compared to this, given it's an FPS and it's supposed to be Vampire Survivors. It's totally fair. I guess the one way to combat that would just to have it look good. Have it just look good from immediate gameplay, right? I suppose Risk of Rain 2 is another game that I want to like take inspiration from. So it's like there's a lot of roguelike FPS games. I feel like none of them really have the power scaling that I'm sort of thinking of. Or at least a feeling of power scaling. And they just less concerned towards balance. I'm trying to think. There was one 3D action Survivors like that I'm trying to think of that I remember seeing on the Steam page somewhere. I forgot what it was called. I probably can't find it anywhere because it's just that obscure. But I remember people were comparing it to like it's like Risk of Rain, but if there was no balance and the game fucking sucked or something. Hmm. If you had your game moving at high speeds instead of that turtle turd, I think it might be compared to a Doom clone if you're lucky. All right. Hmm. Hmm. I guess that should be genuinely a concern for me is like how well can I realize like the aesthetic of a 3D game, right? How do I make a game that instead of looking like this looks like looks like say maybe Killing Floor is a bit ambitious to aim for. Also, if we're having a ton of enemies, then we probably want to go for a low poly art style. So probably Ultra Kill or like Dusk would be the kind of aesthetic I'd be going for. Right? So like the sort of PS1 Quake era aesthetic. Hmm. So basically, I should make a game that's good and doesn't suck instead of making a game that looks like shit and feels like shit and sucks. Hmm. That zombie run animations everywhere? Which one in Slaughtering Grounds? This one? I wonder if I can find it because was it Mixamo? Mixamo, I've used it before. Let's see if I can. I don't think I've used it on this account before. Alright, we're on Mixamo. Zombie. Not so scary zombie pack. Scary zombie pack. Oh, it's loading. Dusk based off Hexen, based off Doom. As I said, a knockoff doesn't ruin the game as long as you make a fun, enjoyable game. Understandable. What the hell is the camera doing? Okay. So we had like a walk somewhere. I guess it's a pack of all these different animations. Here, this one. This one. I think that I think it's this one. I might have actually used this for when I was first making FPS survivors last year. I'm using the female model. Oh yeah, that's definitely it. Incredible. Oh my god. We found it, guys. There it is. Zombie running from mixmo.com. I mean, this is a great resource just to find free animations, right? So that's kind of important. One menu stopping mommy was. Yeah, knockoff doesn't ruin the game as long as you make a fun, enjoyable game. All right, got it, guys. I'll make a good game that doesn't suck instead of a bad game that sucks. Noted. All right. I'll make it feel good or something like that. How I walk after the CVT session. Yep. Yep, me walking home after. You know what? No, I'm not gonna finish that sentence. You guys, there's enough material to work with there. All right. All right. Well, that was a long ass tangent. Okay. Bruh. after an hour. Yep. Yep. Sure. All right. So anyway, yeah, input is separated into the variable system and the fixed system. So every frame you're getting the mouse updated, so your frame rate's higher than 25 FPS, hopefully. Then you're updating the mouse every time. And then presumably when we click the fire button, it'll be tied to the physics tick. And then next tick will check if there was a button pressed. And then we'll do the firing based off of the current rotation of the player on that tick. Dump run. Great. I remember, actually, I was like Googling for FPS roguelikes or something. I remember maybe a while ago. And I remember like seeing things that looked good and things that didn't look good. And actually, I want to think about this more, since, you know, that's probably the first thing you guys are gonna care about and see. What am I looking for? You see the new DRG roguelike coming out? Yeah, I was mentioning it earlier, actually. Rogue Core, I forget what we were referencing exactly, but maybe it was like animations or headshot effects or something, or progression or multiplayer. I forget what exactly was referencing it, but I was watching this earlier this morning, actually, the dev stream. I think just before stream, actually. And yeah, it looks pretty cool. It's been a while since I played DRG. It does look very much like DRG, but with a different gameplay loop, kind of. But like a lot of the, what's the word? The mini events and stuff feel pretty DRG-like. But then you have like the roguelike upgrade system. Crawling on the ground. Where are the FPS roguelike games? Battleship Snipers, 8 FPS roguelike games he wants to play in 2024/2025. Here. Let's just like look at these games very briefly and just think about what looks good in them and what doesn't look good in them. All right, those effects are pretty slick, solid. I feel like the gun feedback is good but not amazing. I don't know how to describe it. Although we're not hearing the sound effects, so maybe that's maybe the more important part. The aesthetic, it's neat. It's unique. Probably beyond my ability as an artist to do without like finding outside assets. What's this? Tower of Osiris. All right, this looks more approachable for a small indie to sort of do. It's got that old school aesthetic, bright effects. I think the issue with an FPS roguelike is going to be ultimately be pathing and performance. Fear and Hunger was originally a Gooning game. I was thinking about that too. One of the things that I stopped working on in the original FPS Survivors from last year in Godot was because I was going to have to do the pathfinding myself. and do like flow field pathfinding, and also make the terrain system and the collisions and stuff myself. And I really didn't want to do all that work for something that I could, get something off the shelf to do. For Unity, there's a paid asset for flow field pathfinding that I could use. But one thing I noticed was this other game called Mega Bonk that I played. It's a 3D survivors like. And I think he mentions it here. So there's actually the pathfinding in this game. It's not actually pathfinding. He just made it so the enemies can climb. Climb. Oh, you can't see the one there. Okay, so this is a game called Mega Bonk, and the way he solved pathfinding in this game was he just made it so enemies can climb. Hey yo. And honestly, I kind of like it. It's a very simple way to solve this problem. And I think that's cool. That does limit your ability to do things like add rooms with roofs over your head. So that's I guess my one concern about taking an approach like this, but it would simplify things a lot. And I think in Vampire Survivors, usually you're in an open area anyway. So I think it could work. A lot of pathing will break. Good art style. Yeah. That's another thing about Mega Bonk that I think just looks really good. It just looks really good. This dev. It's pretty cool. Where did he talk about making the animation? I think I watched his devlog video. Yeah, this one, devlog 1, where he talks about doing the animation. Also, this is a good video. This is a good style of video. He's very open about the Danny influence. So where did he... Yeah, this is where he's like talking about modeling. Says he's not an artist, but genuinely, it just looks good. I say right as he does. Another game Neo wants to make as a first-person brawler. I've been playing a lot of Killing Floor 2, and so I'm thinking a lot about... Yeah, he does the thing where the animation is like not interpolated. And yeah, it looks good. It just looks good. I guess it's good color choices. It's like well defined lines and stuff. Oh yeah, and he does the PS1 vertex warping. I see a lot of indie games using that. Was it? I think about how Ultrakill has the vertex warping, but like early on in development, it was sort of the default, and then later on in the the calibration stage, they say like the not having vertex warping is the recommended now, with the sort of updated art style of everything getting updated. Furia Soshi. Hi, Felix Valenti. Hello. Welcome. We're not talking about my code anymore. We're talking about other games. We're talking about what makes a game look good and not bad. So he just did the PSX shader, the vertex warping, but he also made all the animations like what's the word? Not interpolated, it's like stepped. But also just, it reads pretty clearly. It's got the chunky pixels. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what my art style exactly is going to look like. I haven't really fleshed that out in my mind, even though I realize it's pretty important. I think you can like get away with the game that doesn't look like incredible if the other parts of it are decent. I think sound design is really important though. And that might take a while for me to really figure out. All right, what other games are in this? Okay. Okay. It's something. How to describe it? It's like a low poly mixed with like a cartoony thing. The blood splats really are really interesting. It's like it's got like a metallic shading to the blood splats. It's kind of goofy, but it's kind of cool. Escape the Perv's Cavern. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Make sure it's consistent to avoid looking like an acid flip. Okay, I watched this here. These this small indie studio. They made a video really recently talking about acid flips. I watched this video a few days ago. And I think they had a pretty reasonable take on acid flips. That people say things are acid flips when it looks like the assets are mismatched. And that as an indie developer, you should be using assets where possible. And they talk about they had a project that they canceled because the public just really did not like the look of it. And part of that was they were sort of mixing asset packs together in a way that wasn't like cohesive. So where did they show it? Here, talking about our experience. So they made, yeah, this game, or this upcoming game, Kyoto Anomaly, where it's basically asset packs for the entire look of the game. For a horror game. Whatever. Keep Store Simulator. Yeah, these store simulator games are popping up a bit. If you want your game to look good, just give all the enemies massive, ginormous, colossal, heaving, hefty, monstrous, galactic, titanic, gargantuan honkers. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, considering consider Phase Connect. It's not gonna do to sleepy. So yeah, this video is pretty cool. Check out Bite Me Games. They're pretty cool as well. So where do they show? Yeah, this one. They had a game in development. It was a Survivor's Lake. But a top-down shooter called Magical Girl Guardians, and they just canceled it because everyone really did not like the art style. They said, this game looks like an ass flip and you should feel bad. That kind of feedback. Here, let me show the captions. And then, was it? Where they're using more assets, but they're using more of the same assets, and it's getting a more cohesive art style. Part of me wants to learn how to make my own assets for the game, for these kinds of games. And just for, I don't know, my own skills to get something more bespoke, more tailored to whatever thing I'm trying to make. But also I realize that's like a lot of man hours, a lot of effort to learn and to make the stuff, right? So we'll see what we can do. I'll see what I can do. React streamer! Yeah, I'm React streaming. Let's go. It didn't work for Duke Nukem Forever. Damn. You're telling me I can't actually just add Masha Booba to my game and make it get popular? Damn. Damn. It's not just the tits, it's the personality too. I have to give my game a personality. Okay. I don't even know what we're talking about. People are finding loving relationships and aren't spending their money on lewd slop anymore. The second one, maybe. I'm not sure about the first one, though. I'd hope. I'd hope. I'm in a loving relationship and I can't clip the lewd slop? Damn. Sorry to hear that. Duke Nukem Forever was a product of growing tensions with the development team. It was also just, like, in development hell for a really long time, right? They spent all their money on hookers and betting on tournaments, and they didn't actually make the game. That's what was taking all their time? Holy shit. Damn. Alright, give me $1 million to make a game, and then they just blow all the money on cocaine and hookers. Remember when everyone was thinking that's what the Friday Night Funkin' devs did? I mean, they might have done that too, but but they did release an update like a couple months ago, right? Lewd schlop. Schlop. There's an interview where they pretty much said that. Holy shit. It's so based. So true. I'm stuck in Gooner Hell trying to claw my way out, but the walls of the Goon Pit are covered in lube. It's the thing for it's JoJo Part 2. You have to channel your hormone to get out. Could have been an exaggeration, knowing 3D realms it likely isn't. Oh my god. What are these people doing? Kicked out of Gooner Hell by a personal experience? Okay. Okay. Let's see, I haven't talked about this pre-jump thing. So, one little thing about bunny hopping in Source games is if you do it tick perfect, you jump on the same tick that you land. Then it treats you as if you're still in the air. So you don't lose any momentum to friction. And the thing I noticed was at a lower tick rate, I didn't have that, well, behavior. And at a lower tick rate, it was becoming more and more apparent that you're like landing for a bit and then you apply the ground acceleration, the ground friction, and it like messes up your movement and feels kind of weird. So it's actually really important that we store where we grounded the previous frame. Sorry, this is something completely different now. Actually, this has nothing to do with the thing I was just talking about. In the ground check, we have the previous, this thing was grounded. We have this thing was grounded, and we just set it at the end of the tick. We set was grounded to the previous value, and then when we're doing character movement, yeah, us being grounded is actually if we're grounded and we were grounded the last frame or last tick, and otherwise we use air acceleration. So that's kind of important. And then also in friction check. Yeah. So if we're grounded and we were grounded the last frame, then we apply the friction. I'm sure there's more like spaghetti code in the original code that leads to this, but being able to set it sort of directly here makes the code relatively clean. Developers that took over for the realms when they shut down kind of covered everything in Greece. Oh my god. New developers didn't understand the vision. Eventually it was all scrapped even though they're almost done with the game. They revealed in 2001, I believe. In between 2001 and Duke Nukem Forever, we got Borderlands and Half-Life 2. I know, that's like so many iconic games. That pressure, the DNF devs to make the game bigger and more powerful. That's, yeah, that'll fuck up a project. That'll fuck up a project. Guys, I know how we can fix it. Just make the game even bigger and even better. Just throw even more money at it. It'll work. Speaking of the friction, yeah, this was it dividing by wait, how does this even work? So new speed is like a fraction of the current speed, and then we multiply our velocity by the new speed. And so the new speed is speed minus drop. Drop is, I forget what this is from. Yo, hello, Joe on Parkins. I forget what this is from, but I probably just copied it from this Unity source movement. Whoops. Where's my other browser? Us talking about asset flips. Yeah, I probably just copied it from, I think here in this physics script, there's a friction function. Yeah. Yeah. Properly credited with MIT license here. Remember when Duke Nukem Forever came out? I was very young, way too young to be hearing about. Duke Nukem Forever, one of the first videos on YouTube I saw was a review of it. You got caught watching? Sorry. Got caught looking at the alien titties. That's all it's memorable for. The only good thing out of Duke Nukem Forever. Weren't some people making like a mod either to restore like an old version of the game? I think it was just to restore an old version of the game and like sort of complete the original vision of the game. DLC was a tiny bit more fun. Still Duke Nukem Forever. Yeah. No worse than being caught playing Succubus, huh? It's basically Doom with titties. Oh, right, I was watching a video about H2. Somewhat recently. I remember messing with that mod like a long time ago. Okay. So I was like trying to explain the input system before we got like super tangented, but I don't mind the tangent. This is basically turning into a chatting stream. Citadel is Doom with fat anime thighs. God, I'm just imagining like someone clicking on this VOD for like not because they know me, but because they genuinely want to like see a first-person player controller in Unity dots, and then they end up listening to this kind of conversation. Can you imagine? Imagine? Or are all developers as degenerate as us here? It's done by the people who made Agony, so it looks appealing. Okay. Try playing H2 and Brutal Doom at the same time. I hate anime. Must kill anime. I don't think anyone that watches you care. No, I'm thinking about when I'm looking up game dev tutorials, I'll like search up, you know, something like this, right? FPS character controller in Unity dots. And then I'll find, I've found like 0 results because no one's actually made like a character controller in Unity dots. I mean, well, the existing one exists, so you can just use that, but no one's like done it from scratch or that I could find on YouTube. So I'm just worried about like this video is gonna reach an audience that is not into this shit. And be like, what the fuck? It's kind of funny though, so I don't think people will care because Neo's second monitor content. Bruh. If you haven't heard of Neapolitan, you're watching this VOD and you're intrigued, remember to like the video. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I do not know what these words mean. All I know is that I must repeat, like, comment, share, subscribe, click the notification bell. Okay. Where were we? Oh, right. The jump input is actually a float because it's a button, and I think Unity treats every button as like a potentially an analog press. And so I just have it set to if it's greater than 0.5, then it treats it as true for the jump input. And then we update the previous jump input. That's to prevent the auto b-hop. And I suppose if you really wanted to, you could make like an input buffer for more than one frame. But right now it's just, if you press jump and you weren't pressing jump the previous tick, then it counts as a jump. But specifically for the scroll wheel, this thing, clear scroll wheel delta. So at the end of a tick, we clear the scroll wheel delta, so it doesn't stay for longer than a tick. Or rather, no, this gets updated in the variable system and then it gets cleared at the end of the fixed update system. Okay, so in player wish jump system, we check for the scroll wheel jump here. So as long as the Y of the what's the word? The Y of the scroll wheel delta is not 0. And I guess I could have done this differently. Why did I do it this way? I could have just done scroll wheel delta dot y does not equal 0. Instead I did a float 2 comparison to a float 2, which gets you a bool 2. So component y is bool of x and y, and then we get the y from there. Okay, yeah, that's a little silly. Make sure to smash the subscribe button for more content. You full model had a see-through t-shirt. And flowy hair. And a thigh gap? Okay. Don't worry, we'll get Goth Neo. Alright, I'm writing that down for for future notes. For future notes. Okay, what are we doing? What was I doing? You guys distracted me. So the auto b-hop. We have the auto b-hop check. If we're inputting jump at any point, then you can auto b-hop. Scroll wheel, as long as you move the scroll wheel within... It's actually updated per frame. Because I think if you do it on... Because the input happens on the frame, I think, not on the tick. So then if you're doing like individual scroll wheel scrolls, then we have it like build up over multiple frames, and then on the next tick it reads the delta and then it clears it. So as long as you scrolled in the last, in like the frames between the previous tick and then the upcoming tick, then it counts as a scroll jump. Which actually makes it easier to scroll jump than like regular spacebar jump. Which I suppose is a little weird, but I don't mind. I want to like make it less annoying to scroll wheel jump. And so this we're checking if we press jump and we weren't pressing jump the previous tick, then it counts as jump. Which is probably how old school games like Mario 64 did it. The entire point of small streamers chat is to be distracting and demeaning. I'm confused about because literally every other non-flavor small streamer see this lovely chat. I see this unnamed femboy VTuber is very clearly trying to appear as more into that kind of loose stuff, and this chat is so innocent. Pain. Alright. Brain hurt. Where were we? You got the jump input, and that modifies the wish jump. So that sets the wish jump variable. And we use this in the... Where was it? Character jump system, this one. So if an entity has a wish jump and all these other things, the is grounded, because we gotta check if they're grounded, so they can jump if they're grounded. And they have a jump velocity for us to read from, so we can add their jump velocity. And then we update the physics velocity's y value and set it equal to the jump value. It should be 0 because you landed, hopefully. Or it could be negative. Probably not positive, although it could actually be positive if you're like skidding onto a ramp. In theory, that means you could like jump off the ramp, but then it would like limit your Y velocity to that value, but it doesn't affect your horizontal XZ velocity. I say I don't want to talk about fetishes, and Neo doesn't have all he's trying to code, and I get called a Puritan. I really do want to learn more about programming as a new programmer. Relatively. Yeah. Yeah, I hope people can find the stream educational despite the distractions. Or useful in some way. I don't know, maybe the other part of the stream is what you're here for. Maybe you're here to goon and not to actually code. But hopefully that means that you associate coding with gooning, you get like a Pavlovian response, and you like trained your body to respond to code, and then it motivates you to code more. It's genius, right? What are we doing? What are we doing? The view rotation. I haven't talked about this yet. So the character jump, yeah, if they have a wish jump, they want to jump, and then they can jump if they're grounded, then we jump. We just set their Y velocity to the jump value. Haven't talked about what yet? We've talked about the ground check, I think. This debug system as well. Player input. We've talked about this. This is where we get our, our mouse value, our move value, or jump value. The main camera. Okay, so this thing. OBS is out to get me. Okay. I think I took this from, I forget where, but I took this from somewhere. I just have like a view component. If we go into the Unity editor, I can show you. On this player game object, there's this view component. Has a transform just set to 0.5 in the Y, so above from the player center. And then this view authoring script, we can go to that view authoring script here. All it does is it adds the player view component to the entity and also gives it a transform. A transform that moves, it's dynamic. So almost never thought of until you reach a point where you're cooning and is constantly brought up. Another tangent, I want to enjoy the family-friendly content of watching someone make a game about shooting into crowds without remorse. Yeah, family-friendly. Yeah, this is a healthy, healthy game for healthy people. Totally. Movement variables. What was I going to talk about? Okay, player view authoring. Right, this is a script I was showing on the Unity editor. And we just add the player view entity, which has a float for the pitch in degrees. So yaw is XY or X, or sorry, is it X rotation? I forget how it's laid out in Unity exactly with the Euler angles, but whatever. Yaw, like the rotate left and right. Pitch, rotate up and down, and then roll, do a barrel roll. Rotate to the other side direction, head do this, right? So pitch is the only one we're caring about because we're going to rotate the player character with our X. And so we do that in two separate systems, actually. So we have the player rotation system. We rotate Y, that's the yaw, so that's left, right, dude, that rotation. And we just rotate it by our look inputs X. So the mouse moving left and right. And we directly rotate the local transform of the player's entity. The camera, where is it? player view rotation system, we update the transform of the view entity in the ECS in dots world. And so we do a clamp on the player view pitch degrees. Minus the look input, otherwise it's inverted. I suppose we could add an invert option if we want to invert it. And we clamp it to minus 90F and 90F. I think Source Engine other games do 89 degrees for some reasons. Or reasons where like math doesn't work well when you're looking perfectly upwards or downwards. So I might have to change that eventually. We set the pitch degrees to the new pitch degrees. And then we set the rotation of the player view entities transform based on the pitch degrees using Euler angles, and X is the axis to rotate around. And we're converting degrees to radians here. We're just multiply by mathf.deg2rad. So that would be like 2 pi over 360, right? Yeah, 2 pi over 360. Certain people can't talk about casually discuss. At least my degenerate conversation about creative life, not ruining it. Before the stream, I was actually considering having 2 separate sets of rules for like educational coding streams and for like non-coding streams. Especially if I'm like trying to work, then I was like really considering, okay, maybe we should have like a certain set of rules to be extra on topic when I'm actually trying to work in code. And then on like regular streams, we can have like our normal chat vibe. And I don't know, I guess I just wanted to get your guys' feedback on that before I introduce anything like that. But for me personally, it's something that I think might help, 1 for my productivity, but 2 for like keeping the stream vibe. And I guess the concern would be the sort of incongruence between coding streams and my regular streams if I did a rule like that. But it'll probably be more to keep it on topic than to like limit conversation topics. Like, don't bring up random stuff unless I'm bringing it up and I sort of bring the conversation there. Conversation doesn't block Neo from coding, you need to focus yourself. I don't fully agree with that. I think it, in a chat that's small, it partially is on chat to stay on topic, to not get me too distracted if I was going to implement chat like that. Hence, I can't have you doing whatever in chat because I have to look at it for like moderation reasons and all, and I'm gonna be distracted by it anyway. So just wanted to let you guys know that I'm strongly considering something like that, especially when I bring up actually relevant subjects like slaughtering grounds. Yeah, I'd be fine with that, right? If I'm having a conversation about when I say like being on topic, yeah, talking about slaughtering grounds, when I'm trying to say like, what would you guys think about an FPS game that is Vampire Survivors? And you bring up ancient, shitty asset flip, barely functioning first-person shooter game, then yeah, that would be relevant. Yeah, I wouldn't consider that off topic. Is the gooning topic that led to that? Oh, okay. Sure. What's it called? Using import the static function or variable. Getting too used to not getting yelled at for yapping about something too off topic. I went to another streamer, brought up something about Bethesda while they were playing Doom, but it wasn't on topic. I got banned for a week. 2 sentences that weren't even rude. We need more of that. I do think generally, yeah, you should try and be on topic in a streamer's chat. And I've been pretty lax about it for a good while. So I just wanted to give you guys sufficient warning before I'd implement anything like that. It's just Neo trying to single me out while pretending he's not singling me out. Discrimination is Neo's finest. I'm gonna be honest. You, Random Perv, and you, Vanillan, are like two of my most active chatters. So, like, unironically, any rule will probably disproportionately affect you just because you guys are very active in chat. His talk also includes me. Yeah, it's not discrimination if it's applied to all of you. I yap a lot. Yeah, part of it is I don't know, just being lewd in a stream that has no connection to being lewd. Well, I don't know, maybe that's a little too harsh. It's a little too harsh. Like, I want to keep it chill and fun for... I don't know, I guess it's just a weird sort of... I want to mutually exclusive... I want two things I can't really have together. I want us to be able to, like, chill. I want us to be able to talk about lewd stuff, but I don't want it to be, like, the entire stream. And I think I'm more concerned about it disrupting the flow of a coding stream where I'm actually trying to work and I'm actually trying to make something that could be educational for someone. And that's just where my head's at, so... Thank you for hearing me out on this. I still have not made any official decisions in my mind on what to do about these, but just wanted to let you know that I am strongly considering making a change like this. About just actually enforcing the off-topic rule in coding streams especially. A lot of what I say is when you go quiet or discussing with others in chat. What do you mean? That's chatting. I do want to say more focus on the content of stream going on though. I often leave a stream feeling like I've learned nothing, which is usually the point of streams, but not for coding streams. Okay, what is the purpose of stream? Is it entertainment? Is it education? Maybe it's a little both. Maybe it depends on the stream, especially. I think that's... Yeah, it's going to depend pretty heavily on what the topic of the stream is. And my judgment of, like, how much off-topic to allow will probably have to be based on the stream subject. By which I mean, it'll probably just be split between coding streams, coding work streams, and then non-coding streams. And then also how yappy I'm being, I guess. I get a reaction out of you by bringing up Gooner topics. Because you have a hard time ignoring those. Oh wait, you're right. Yeah, I'm encouraging you by actually responding to your Gooner chats. What I really need to do is just not engage with the Gooner stuff at all and just quietly let it go away. I mean, yeah, if I was really bothered by it, yeah, I'd just, you know, use my streamer privilege and moderate the stream. But I am allowing it. I am allowing it, okay? It won't stop me. You have enough in the chat. Others will. Bet. Bet. I don't want to, like, too harshly change the direction of, I don't know, where my community wants to go. But I do want to have my hands on the wheel, if that makes sense. And especially for, I don't know, just being able to have a coding stream of fetish structure. Sorry, we've been hanging on this topic for a really long time. To me, it's education. Someone like Random Perv. Okay. I'm gonna try and be more judicial about where I'm taking the stream, where I'm steering the stream, and whether or not I allow you guys to yap about things that are way too off topic. If it's about video games, I think that's on topic to a game dev stream, right? To some extent. Maybe not like entirely. Like I'd probably be okay if we're talking about, I don't know, the GTA 6 trailer that just dropped, or DRG Rogue Core, especially if we're talking about like FPS roguelikes, then yeah, DRG Rogue Core or whatever would be totally good to talk about. Oh. I love how everyone makes their own assumptions about my motives. Really makes you think. Yeah, I wonder, who is this mysterious guy and his mysterious motives? Anyway, so we have two things that rotate. We have the player view. The player view, that's this little view entity that the camera is sort of attached to. How's it attached? We have another system called, where is it? Player main camera system. This one. All it does is sets the character, the main camera transform to this little entity in here. And I suppose in the future, if we wanted to have like animation, then it would be tied to a game object, and we'd have to think about how to move the game object from the ECS world, which, yeah, we could totally do. We could totally do that. I feel like you should start yelling at people kindly. Like, outside to see the one, just view this guy already. No one deserves anything. Bro's motive is macerating his peanuts. Every stream. Yeah, I've brought it up half jokingly already about like this kind of video will probably be aimed at a wider audience that would probably be put off by what you guys are talking about, gooning in chat and all that. So just know that it is a concern that is on my mind, and I may take appropriate action in the future. Just saying. Just saying. Not to completely ruin your fun. I do want to have some level of freedom during the non-coding streams, but for the coding streams, especially, and the work streams, the coding work streams especially, I will be thinking about that. Blur Chad, make an edited version of the VOD. I probably would do that if I wasn't lazy as fuck. And I probably should do that. Yeah, I probably should like edit this VOD down and then have it actually just cover the code. Because like it's getting to a ratio of like me talking to chat for an hour and then like 2 minutes of me talking about the code. So many assumptions. I've already brought up things that are super relevant. And then I'm still tarred and feathered. You have. Okay, I appreciate your on-topic contributions to the chat. Don't be on demon mode. People want to give you a hard time. Okay. Okay, we don't need to turn this into sort of a... well, what's the word? A witch hunt against random perv. I will... I'm the streamer here. I make the decisions. And I suppose my mods that I have like a few that are not often actually on the stream. Here's okay, random perp, drop it. And well, you two, context consumer. Okay, we're not gonna fight. The mods are somewhere. They're somewhere. Chase has his own life to live. Yeah, I wasn't like attacking them or anything. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just a little guy. Yeah, so we just update the main camera's transform to match the... yeah, target local to world is the local to world of the player view component. And so that just updates the camera every frame. This happens every frame because we define it in root super systems because we're using Latios's explicit system flow, and that happens at the end of player variable supersystem. Yeah, after we rotate the character, after we rotate the view component, role entity, and then we set the main camera to follow that view entity. I think that's everything. Yeah, we talked about the ground check, friction, acceleration, player jumping, we talked about that. We talked about the grounded system and why we have a was grounded thing. I mean, I could demonstrate how it sort of feels, but it's kind of subtle if you don't have the one frame of airborne when you land, but we'll worry about that. Or we don't have to worry about that. Give me mod, I'll give you a treat in catnip for some reason. Catino. That's great. That's great. I will not be adding any more mods at the moment. Well, I don't know. Unless I... Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. What else do we do? This is the Latios bootstrap. So when you're using Latios framework, you gotta make a Latios bootstrap thing. I've removed the add-ons that I'm not using at the moment. But say for the VFX thing, life effects, or the text thing, or Miri audio, then I'll uncomment those and add them back. All right, the transforms and the scene manager I'm not using either, so we'll add that if we need it. Okay, there's our collision filters. Talked about how it is relevant that you put the, in the ground check, that you put the belongs to collision filter in there. Talked about, what else? We set the which direction relative to the player, or its world, relative to the world. And then we accelerate using either the air acceleration or the ground acceleration based on if they're grounded. We only apply friction in the ground, as with OG Quake movement. And yeah. So up next in the stream description, actually, I said I was going to do a velocity meter. So add the velocity and the speed to the UI. So we'll do that next, I think. I still have a bit of energy to keep going. Love the name root super system. Yeah. Yeah, I think I took that from one of the example Latios framework projects. But yeah, I kind of like this style of laying out the system, especially when I have a lot of systems that depend on each other. Although some of these don't actually depend on each other. I could have them running potentially at the same time, but it's all on the main thread at the moment, so it doesn't actually matter. Or rather, it won't be running at the same time. No, it'd be bad about it's me. Okay, duh. Ugh. I shouldn't, and I can't comment on who I will and will not decide on being a mod at the moment, so you get nothing. You get no information. I like this though, something I do for Java. Sort of like a wiki. You can view all the systems being put into place in one file. If you have a good IDE, you can just click it, see how everything works. Yeah. Yeah, this is going back to the whole, what's the word? Was I saying about why you would want to use ECS not as just a performance thing, but for like a code organization thing. I honestly kind of like, even though this is like split into a billion different files, I kind of like that. Everything's like very sort of encapsulated, and like every little thing, the friction is separate from like the acceleration. And I suppose it's not that much more complicated if you just organized your OOP code decently, but this kind of like forces you to keep things separate and then have your like references to things you need as like little individual things, so you're not pulling data unnecessarily. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. So yeah. I suppose in total, all this logic is still roughly as complicated as like a non-ECS character controller, but it's all separated out into all these tiny little components and tiny little systems, and it's all right for now. Don't trust anyone that does it for free. Also, hi Pomp. Yeah, good. Good point. I'm straight up saying, don't make me mod. You will not like the results. Noted. We love good open source software practices in here. I can lock in real quick because I play Call of Duty. Okay. I have been yapping for 3 3/4 of hours. I am going, well, more like 3.5 hours. I am going to use the bathroom. I'll be back. And I think we'll do the UI next, and that might be it for the stream because this is pretty long for a coding stream. I've coded very little. I think we did a tiny bit of cleanup to remove unused components. Yeah. Clean up, remove unused components. Cool. I'm just checking that into version control. Remove unused components. Save. Okay. And all right, that's checked in. I'm well aware I won't punish someone. Something I know I would have said or done. I don't know much about what your plan is about the theme. My main question that I don't know if you answered is Vampire Survivors kind of depends on you knowing the entire environment around your character. How'd you do that in first person? I was reading actually a review of... Where is it? I remember thinking about this too when I was first working on OG FPS Survivors. So here's a game I have played called Vampire Hunters. It's an FPS Vampire Survivors game, basically. And I was looking at the negative reviews specifically because I knew there was something that felt off about this game. To me, like, I love the idea. I love what this game could be, and I feel like it's not living up to what it could be. And I was trying to figure out what about this game it's making me feel not satisfied about it. I'm trying to find the review, actually. It was one that had like an edit in the middle of it somewhere. Is this it? He talks about the blind spot. It was no, it's a different one. I'm trying to find it. Not this. Not about the credits music. Not about 5% syndrome. This one. It was this review. Here. You got extremely poor awareness of enemies outside your field of view. This is kind of lethal when you're playing a survivors game where getting hit, especially in long runs, is lethal. Sure, there's a minimap that shows enemies close to you, but it's so damn tiny and also takes away your focus from looking at the game itself. Notice a lot of people screaming skill issue and throwing me clown awards for a legit problem, so let's clarify more. I've played and beaten many FPS games for over 30 years. I generally don't have this issue with games like Serious Sam, Doom Eternal, or several modern-day boomer shooters, generally played at a high difficulty level. The issue is that enemies are not responsive enough. There's not enough sound or animation, no footsteps for the vast majority of enemies, not enough text sounds, not enough response of how hard you get hit. And again, in a game where the enemy count is often in the hundreds of a rather poor minimap, it is nearly impossible to not get hit. So it's big thing that he's saying is there's no sound. The enemies don't make footstep sounds. And that's something I noticed playing too. They don't like you know, general zombie monster sounds or whatever. That's been in games since Doom. That's something I've been like trying to actively listen for more and notice when I'm playing like Killing Floor 2 and other stuff, just because I noticed it here. Just the lack of sound. So the big thing is sound. Sound is how you are aware of things behind you in first-person games. So enemy footsteps or enemy monster sounds or whatever. You know, in Counter-Strike especially, like it's super important to listen for footsteps. So I think that is my main takeaway of that. Enemies coming up behind you isn't actually a problem. We've already solved that in FPS games since Doom, right? Because enemies behind you will make sound and you can hear that sound. You can tell roughly where they are because they're making sound behind you. Yeah, so that's what I'm looking into to solve that, basically. There's a first-person variant of Dead Ops Arcade that's similar to this. Steam negative reviews are horrible. It's often either just entire novels about unrelated nonsense or a single useless sentence or a meme. Doom Eternal is a really well-made game from hundreds of people. Every single part of Doom Eternal is done by someone very carefully, and you can tell they had the time and money to do that. I feel like that was a problem with most of these Vampire Survivors games. They need to be real responsive. Like sometimes it's satisfying, but sometimes it's just frustrating. I think I mentioned this. Someone was asking me about Hollow Cure. Or was it Ren? Was it Ren in the last stream? Where Ren mentioned that they played Hollow Cure. And my complaint is that the enemies don't respond enough when you hit them. That they flash and there's a damage number, but you know, there's just not enough there. Brotato, I think, is a Survivors like that has good feedback on hits. And I see Survivors like that don't have that level of feedback. I mean, Brotato it's just sound and then like a hit effect and then a blood effect. And really that's all you need. But those individual components have to be designed well enough. And I guess I'll read the rest of the review here. The level design is kind of bad. Feels like the devs designed deathmatch stages and built enemy spawners around it. They have places where you can exploit the AI's worst behaviors and simply live forever as long as you keep an eye on certain enemies. Yeah, I noticed that too. Just the pathfinding becomes the way that you manipulate the AI and it becomes like a really strong part of like the meta of the game. And there's no incentive for me to, I don't know, play in a way that's more interesting with most of the map designs where you can just sort of sit in one place and then let the enemies funnel into you and then there's no incentive to move really. I suppose in the later levels they add more elites and stuff, but the elites just, their attacks aren't that fun to dodge. I'm not entirely sure why it feels not very impactful. An enemy that blocks your shots in Survivor's game is, in my honest opinion, a design mistake, especially in a game where the vast majority of your attacks are some form of projectile. They're anti-fun in a genre about power fantasy and doing extremely similar things with stacking buffs and attack layers. So there's a shield enemy in this game, and I've actually been playing a okay bit of this game off stream. I've been playing a couple hours because they added a bunch of content, but I don't think the content really addresses the core issues of like the combat in this game. That doesn't really feel like combat. It feels like you're just letting the enemies funnel and then you're sort of picking a build and then the FPS part of the game isn't really fleshed out in any way or in a way that's satisfying. So there's a shield enemy and there's literally an item you can get that just removes the shield from the shield enemy. And I feel like that's a really sort of telling sign that it's not a great design. The shield enemy is really slow. All the enemies are really slow in this game, and you just sort of walk around them and outmove them. I actually think the player's move speed is too high for how slow the enemies are, even though you'd think like making the movement speed is faster would be better. It sort of trivializes things. There's no reason to take a move speed buff if your move speed is high enough already. And Like, I think a lot of the potential in a game like this is sort of moving around and farming and having to think about your movement on like a wider scale on where to go to pick up enemy XP and all that. So yeah, the shield enemy just really isn't that interesting to fight. You just walk around him and then that's it. That's the entirety of how do you fight them. And I suppose it gets more complicated when there's a bunch of other enemies in the area and you're like, okay, how am I gonna go around this guy? But yeah, I guess that depends. Like in theory, it adds more to the gameplay. I just don't think it adds a lot in an interesting way. Hold S and left click tactic. Pretty much, although the maps are kind of cramped enough. Enemies are like spawning behind you and everywhere, and so it just sort of ends with you finding a specific spot where you're like maybe close to a spawn and then all the other spawns are far away and you just clear the enemies as they walk in, again because of the pathfinding. Actually, I think having them follow that pathfinding so strongly makes it way less dynamic than like I don't know, when I'm in the open in say Killing Floor or something, or you know, Doom or whatever. The enemies don't really collide with each other too, and I realize that's like a technical limitation as well, but I think in a horde game a lot of the complication of it comes from like enemies body blocking you. I think I talked about this a bit in when it comes to the last time I was trying to make FPS survivors, where the player was in a separate world from the ECS, from the enemies. And so I couldn't have the player like actually collide with the enemies. I could have the enemies collide with each other kind of and have them like apply a separation force to each other. But I couldn't have them like properly collide with the player. And I think having that like body blocking is actually really important to these kinds of games, like limiting your movement. Otherwise you just sort of walk through an area, maybe you tank a bit of damage, but it doesn't really matter. And that works in like a 2D top-down game, I think, like Brotato, but it just feels less real in first person when you just face through the enemies. In this game, the enemies like instantly die and they apply their damage to you. That's how they attack. So that's how it is. I should play Killing Floor again. It's good, yeah. Man, and it came out like what, a decade ago? Damn. What else? The system that governs both auto shots and different types of projectiles, cough, flame for cough, is completely borked. It often doesn't shoot when you need it to, or it flat out doesn't work. It's bad and it forces players to actually shoot manually, and it's extremely tiring in the hands as some weapons don't have automatic fire. Oh yeah, I've been playing with auto fire on for like the entire time, and it's like I think the guns just don't have much feedback, and he goes into this in the next point. Weapons are kind of meh. They upgrade with interesting effects only for a short while, roughly 5 to 6 levels worth, before they simply default to simple stats. Sure, you can spam a ton of them, but they're kind of boring. Maybe there's some weapon evolution system where a bunch of your guns can fuse into new, bigger ones, fuse into something else entirely. That'd be something, give it far more drive to experiment with different builds. I feel like there's potential of a first-person survivors game, but this doesn't feel like 1.0 to me. It felt like it needed something else to give it spice to counteract all the blandness over some of the bugs and design choices right now. It's just not worth it. Maybe check back in the future. So speaking of the weapon feedback, I think you can see it and feel it in the just in watching the gameplay here. My complaint when your screen is like filled with guns is that each individual weapon just doesn't feel like it has any impact. And actually, I think you can sort of feel this problem when you have only one gun on screen. The reload animation, the weapons have like these counters on them, and it reaches 0 and then it like ticks back up. You don't like pull out a magazine or anything, and I feel like that's kind of missed potential. Just having not impactful reload. Here, he has 2 guns out. Like, pew pew. It goes back a tiny amount. That's it. No screen shake, no, well, I guess you need screen shake, but no like recoil. I think that's important, although it would like really mess with you to have recoil on that many guns at once. So maybe there's like, there's a gameplay reason concern there too. But even just the visual of it, if I compare these shotguns to Doom, your Doom shotgun. Here, let's compare to like the super shotgun from Doom 2. Just the animation on this and the sound design, it's enough. It's enough. It's really primitive by today's standards, but like you see the the muzzle kick up that much, or the barrels kick up that much, and you feel and you hear the shells going back into the barrel. This is way more impactful than these little firing. I guess I was going to compare it to the regular shotgun, since it's not like a double barrel. Is there any gameplay with the regular shotgun and not the super shotgun? Doom E1 M1. Do you get the you pick up the shotgun here, right? Here in Nightmare 100% secrets. Yeah, you get it from the shotgunner. Right. Here. Just Decino. Love Decino. Alright. He picks up the shotgun. That. Just that animation. There. Fires. Pumps it. Right? Barrel kicks up like that. The sound design of that is enough. And I feel like there's like real missed potential in this game and this concept. Like pew 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 goes back a tiny bit and that's like back immediately, versus bang chuk chuk. Barrel goes up. Like I don't know how to describe this more in words because it's a very visual thing, but I guess I could like full screen this and show you. But like pew pew pew. I don't know if there's gun sounds, but yeah, they also have to like make the gunshots really quiet because there's so many guns on screen, I think. And it got me thinking about Hakita talked about how ultra kill clips occasionally with the sound design, just when there's enough stuff going on, and he uses it kind of intentionally. So I don't think the gunshots necessarily have to be super quiet. But yeah, just a bunch of small things that I'm thinking about. Doom has enemy collision. You walk into an enemy, the enemies collide with each other, you walk into an enemy, you can feel that. I think a lot about TF2. How if you're playing TF2, normally you pass through teammates and you collide with enemies. So walking to an enemy will stop you. And you can like instantly know when you've bumped into a spy just from that tiny thing, that tiny bit of like bumping into something that isn't supposed to be there. Like, oh, there's an enemy here. Even if it's like you're moving backwards into an enemy, and you can still sort of feel that intuitively when your character stops because it bumped into an enemy. Right? So I think things like enemy collisions are really important in an FPS, like a horde game. Like Left 4 Dead. Think about Left 4 Dead. You walk into a horde. When they hit you, they like slow you down for a tiny bit. This is a good video, by the way, about how the jump from advanced to expert is like complete bullshit. Here, commons. Okay, you get hit by a common, you have the damage indicator, you get slowed down a bit. And then if you have the adrenaline, you can ignore that slowdown. And so like that's an important part of how they'll like slow you down for other enemies to hit you. You can't walk through the common infected too, right? So you have to either shove them, you have to shoot them, hit them with your melee or whatever. And I think small things like that are really important to just the feel of a game like this. Little things that give a game life. Yeah. Like footsteps, even. When I was making FPS Survivors 1, right? I did not add footsteps at all. I didn't add footstep sounds. And just noticing when I'm playing a Source engine game and walking around I'm just noticing the sound design a lot. And, well, I haven't added sound to this game yet, so you can't feel it at all, right? But, but like, I launched Portal 2 or Portal Revolution and then Left 4 Dead 2 the other day just to remember how it feels to move in those games. And I think there's no view bob by default. There is view bob by default in Killing Floor 2. I didn't even notice that I had view bob on in Killing Floor 2. But yeah, I haven't added view bob. I haven't added footstep sounds. I haven't added, the gun model for that matter. But those things, those little things add up and make a big difference. So I'm planning to add like player footsteps after I do like the the rocket launcher just to test out movement. Yeah. Because with damage scaling of a survivor's clone, I'd say not use a slowdown effect. I think... Let's see, the way it works in Vampire Survivors, the way it works in Brotato and other survivors clone, it's top-down 2D game. You can like walk through the enemies and then they deal damage to you while you're touching them. So I think it works in the top-down setting, but I'm not sure about in first person. I think there's like an expectation that the enemies impact you, like in Left 4 Dead when, you get hit and they slow you down. I don't think I have to make it like that. Either that or I'll have it be a stat that can be modified so you can upgrade your ability to keep moving after getting hit. Or we can just not do that because Killing Floor doesn't do that. Here. We'll just take random Killing Floor 2 gameplay from Psycho Gamers. Good gamer. So the Zeds are solid. They walk up to you, they're doing their attack. You can like feel that because you can't move forward anymore when you bump into them. And I don't think they slow you down. Your movement speed is based on your health though. So like sort of indirectly when you get hit, it slows you down. I think the big thing I notice a lot in Killing Floor 2 when I'm like kiting is the damage boosting. Is when you get hit, it like launches you a bit. And if you're good with your movement, you can like jump at the right time and say a flesh pound hits you and it knocks you back. And you use that knockback to get out of the area if you're positioned well, or if maybe you get boxed in and you're trapped. But like that, the knockback, I think, can add a lot to the game as well. So in a way, it's kind of the opposite of Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead, you get hit by, a common infected and it slows you down. And in that game, you're like moving around, you're trying to get to the next area, versus in Killing Floor, you're just trying to survive. And, the Zed's knockback can put you into a favorable or an unfavorable position, depending on like where you're getting pushed to. Also kind of makes it harder to aim, right? I love reloading games, hell yeah. I feel like I'm learning more now from your analysis than I was during the coding. I actually kind of wanted to do like a FPS game analysis kind of stream, or maybe a pre-recorded video on this kind of subject, but I guess I like I didn't prepare other than like thinking the thoughts that are going through my mind at the moment. But these are the thoughts that I'm going through about, okay, how can I make this game actually work? How can I make this game good and not a game that sucks and is bad? Right? It's all these little details that matter. Having to reload in a horde game forces the player to think and pick better fights. I think it's really important in a game like Killing Floor 2. You can output a lot of DPS at once, but you're very limited by actually having to reload after you apply that like big burst of DPS. So I think it's really important. people will say like, okay, classic shooters, old school retro shooters better because game faster because you don't have to reload, right? And that is true. You can make your game faster if you don't really have to reload. Ultra kill, like all the primary attacks of your weapons generally don't really have to reload. But then your secondaries are on cooldowns. And so you're like combining the different weapons in different ways because you're thinking about those secondary cooldowns. In a game like Killing Floor, you know, it's like you have to think more about your shots and aim them. And that's not like a bad thing. It's not like this is better or worse than the way Ultra Kill does it, right? Ultra Kill's like sort of like all fast all the time is Hakida's philosophy with it, with like not adding reloading or ammo management into it. But in a slower game like Left 4 Dead or Killing Floor 2, right, then you're rewarded for your accuracy in shooting the horde because you have more bullets in your magazine if you're hitting headshots instead of body shots, and you know, are generally going to survive better. Oh, have to go have a good rest stream. All right, thanks, Jumbo Cultist. I'm so far back on chat. Getting body blocks, Chris. Yeah, getting body blocked I think is important to these games. I feel like the main satisfying part of these types of games are having cool weapons. Oh, the play pause button on my headphones don't work on my PC, but it works on an Android device. Oh, yeah, the media buttons. Yeah, I guess that's just Bluetooth. Actually, that works on Windows, right? I think it has support for like media buttons. I don't know if it works for every Bluetooth device. Anyway. Well, I eventually stopped playing Holocure after completing everything. I want to be able to get to a point where I have a big sword. I have a whole bunch of effects going on, literally nothing individual matters anymore. That's something I'm still concerned about for this game. I'm still not entirely sure what I'm going to do to like balance that out. Maybe I just won't even focus on effects at this point other than just, you know, straight bullet damage, explosion damage. At least for the moment. All about the absurdity of it, or something that every game like this deals with. Oh, right, Risk of Rain 2. I guess I should think about Risk of Rain as well, right? It's very... If we go into like a random late point in like a late game run... Do I have a good example of like a long run? Longest run ever. Highest stage in Risk of Rain 2 year. Just something dumb like this. You're like towards the second or third loop. The enemies just spawn and they die immediately because of a billion effects, and it's fun. It works for Risk of Rain specifically. I suppose for like a survivor's like where the entire goal is to survive. Like Risk of Rain has an endless horde mode, but it's not nearly as compelling as the main game loop, I think. And just trying to think about why is that? How can we make an endless mode in this kind of game compelling? I suppose at a certain point you like sort of outscale the enemies. Although in the endless mode in Simulacrum, in a normal run of Risk of Rain 2, the enemy level cap is at 99. It stops there. In the Simulacrum, it's uncapped, I think. And so either you like outscale the enemies and they're dying instantly, or, which is kind of what I want to go for, right? Have those big swings of power, or the enemies are just so strong and you just die instantly or whatever. Right. So I don't know. It works. It works in Risk of Rain, and I'm trying to keep it like really clear in my mind why that works and how they actually pull it off. Basically, how they make a game that has a billion effects going on at once and make it still compelling. I think it's mostly because you're thinking mostly about the farming. And then they keep enemies lethal. Like your health scaling doesn't like outscale the enemy's damage. But yeah, I think you lose the thing about farming when you're in, say, Simulacrum, or like getting to the end of a stage. So I'm wondering how to like capture that in a survivor's, like I guess with map objectives or whatever. Hard to balance everything to make sure every individual weapon sticks out. Dude, I'm so far behind on chat. Actually, here I'll do it stack instead of queue. I'll read from the end of chat. I didn't even think of Risk Grain 2 at all. You read Master of Doom here? I still haven't read that actually. I've seen a couple like videos on Doom's development. The only reason Doom and Doom 2 didn't have reload was because the animations would have slowed the game loading levels. Oh yeah. The technical limitation of not being able to like fit the reload animation. I suppose you could still call the Super Shotgun's animation like a reload animation. And same with the regular shotgun, right? Kind of. Because it still like stops you from swapping weapons. You can't like animation cancel it the same way in like say Doom Eternal, where you're like quick switching weapons like crazy. If you comply to whatever one genre puts out, your game won't really get eyes on it. Just look at itch. Older games did have reload, even the original Doom and reloading for shotguns. Oh yeah, yeah. What are you talking about? What can you do about loading the game after death? The faster they're loaded in, the less frustrated they get when they die. I think just that's more of like a technical question, right? And also like a UX question. You just have like a how long does it take? How many clicks does it take to go from I died to retrying the next run? And usually most roguelikes will just have a retry button and keeps your character and your settings and whatever. So I'll probably do something similar, just one click, and then hopefully the load time isn't absurd. Hopefully I can do it in a way that the load time isn't crazy. Make a classic game where your speed is based on your health and your reload. Yeah, like Left 4 Dead 2, your movement speed is based on your health. Killing Floor, your move speed is based on your health and also your weight that you're carrying, your like weight ratio of your weapons. Or yeah, Killing Floor 2 specifically. Killing Floor 1, I think it's based on the weapon you have out, right? So you pull out the knife to sprint. I was thinking of doing that actually, of making it based on the weapon out, so you have like more of a reason to switch which weapon you have out to like a weaker weapon just because you want to move faster, and then it's like a risk reward kind of thing. So I might do that. You also had reloading in games like Outlaws, which is a Western, or older games that used it. Surfing the damage? Yeah. Don't forget the most successful games are the ones that actually did something different. You don't need to comply to other examples in a specific genre. You can make your own thing and balance it separately from how other games do it. I think my goal of analyzing mechanics like these, like getting body blocked in Left 4 Dead, or I mean even in Megabonk, right? This guy's game, you get body blocked by the enemies. They have collision. Like surfing and the damage in Killing Floor 2, or even TF2, right? TF2 damage surfing. I was thinking about this a lot, actually. So not just the explosive jumping of you're playing soldier or demo and you sticky jump, you rocket jump, whatever. You are playing a different class, you get hit by, say, a rocket or whatever, and you actually rocket jump off of their rocket. Like that. Or that wasn't even a rocket, that was like a shotgun blast or something, right? You take damage, you get knocked back, you use that knockback to put yourself in an advantage position. Same in like Killing Floor 2, right? I think that's a cool mechanic, that's fun. So that's one reason I wanted to make it like Source-like movement, and I suppose might be a little hard for newer players to really grasp, but I want there to be that mechanical depth to the movement and things like that. So yeah, it's not about, I guess it's about not blindly copying other games, but knowing why those mechanics are in there and why they work. So that's the main thing I want to make sure I'm doing here when I'm analyzing other games and taking ideas from them. Western theme FPS on same engine as Doom? Yeah, older games did have reloads. I was playing Serious Sam? Not the oldest game, but a game that had reloads, but is a very like classic shooter. Do what you want, make a classic game where your speed is based on your health, you reload, make a modern game with 2-gun layout, or you're flying around using crazy guns. Yeah. One of the reasons I'm thinking about limiting the weapons is because, so if I want you to only have one weapon out, maybe you can get a power up that lets you dual wield or something. But generally, I want you to have one weapon out, and if you have one weapon out, then you can only be firing that one gun. And so if you get an upgrade for one gun, then it'll be, I don't want like divide up the upgrades too much. I don't want it to be like, okay, I'm only upgrading this one gun and I only ever have a reason to use this one gun. So I kind of want to figure out how to divvy up the upgrades in a way where it doesn't like make the upgrades too unbalanced between guns. Halo does make classic FPS with reloading. Forgot what it was called. What, Marathon? Or was there more than that? We had a few. Halo itself's technically a continuation of the story. Ah. Never played much Halo because I didn't have an Xbox. I don't care about Halo. Okay, I need to pee. I would honestly love to continue this conversation about like little FPS mechanics and stuff. So I'm gonna be right back, and I suppose we can put on the music, background music. Where's my BRB text? BRB, okay, BRB. Heavy TF2, heavy TF2 BRB. Sup, chat. Games are called Marathon? Yeah, that one. I knew it. You know, it still needs a splash screen of him approaching a fire hydrant for when he has to go to the restroom? Wait, you're so right. I put the to-do make a better waiting screen. So maybe I will, huh? Maybe I will. Okay. One thing I want to talk about, I suppose Twitch is still on ads, so I feel a little bad if I start talking about this beforehand. But anyway, Risk of Rain 2, right? So most of the content I see is like races and stuff now, so they're actually not looping and not like trying to loop. But I want to talk about why a late game run. I like the song. Thanks, bro. I want to talk about why a... Anyway, no more music. Okay. Bye, music. I want to talk about why... Oh yeah, by the way, the song is called... Where is it? Here it is, BGM. What's it called? Keto. It's called Keto, and it's by a certain guy. It's by this person. By FlaVR. He's released a bunch of songs for free, so for stream assets, go check him out. Anyway, so I want to talk about why Risk of Rain 2. Why it feels good to do a long run in Risk of Rain 2, but not in like Simulacrum. And I think it's because of the farming, and 2, the final boss. So the whole time you're gathering more power and like destroying all the enemies, 1, it's like your reward for surviving that long. And 2, you still have a final boss that scales infinitely. So while the enemies stop scaling at level 99, is it Risk of Rain 2 boss scaling? There's like there's a wiki, yeah, difficulty. So where do they talk about bosses? Enemies gain 30% health, 20% damage per additional level. And so they stopped scaling at level 99. I think they used to scale unlimitedly, and then every run and long runs started to turn into like you die instantly. You kill everything instantly or you die instantly, and it was less fun than what they did now, which is they limited the enemy level to 99 for normal enemies, except for the final bosses, special bosses. Well, mostly final bosses. I guess there's 2 special bosses that don't count. There's the Artifact Reliquary too. But like the rest of these, False Sun, the Twisted Scavengers, Mithrix, and Voidling, those are final bosses. So the whole run, you still have something to like look forward to, like a big challenge at the end. And so it gives you like a reason to keep farming. It means those enemies will remain competitive even after reaching their level 99 cap, as coefficient keeps growing. Yeah, so their HP and their damage actually too scales. Basically, there's like an additional scaling factor that goes beyond the level cap for these enemies. Eventually, the game gets to the point where people can complete everything super quickly. This kind of ends with competing over unlocking everything. Normal Risk of Rain 2 speedruns still exist. I don't know if you've seen the like the Risk of Rain 2 race community. It's just they have like a special mod that lets you do a certain seeded run, and so people compete on the same seed in order to beat the game, beating Mithrix as soon as possible. And then they have like a penalty system where if you die instead of just ending the run, then you get a time penalty and you keep going. And I think it's a neat way of competing. I've seen it in other speedrun communities. It's pretty cool. So I guess the point I want to make. Surviving infinitely in Risk of Rain 2 is fun in normal game. Well, also because you can stop whenever you want. So you aren't like forced into looping forever. You have to choose every time to continue to loop. You can end the run whenever you want, basically, once you're at that point in the game. So 1, it's a choice. 2, you're still gaining power for a reason because of the boss scaling. And those bosses are hard, usually. And you can make them like easier by continuing to farm. And 3, it's like it's your reward for surviving that long. So I guess that's one of the things I'm thinking of. What else have I talked about? What else do I want to talk about here before we move on to working on the UI? In Neo's game, defeat results in the player getting a new device attached. That'll be the scaling difficulty. There'll be a Slay Spire Ascension system. All right. Great idea. Thanks, Perv. That's very on topic. Okay, we talked about damage surfing. We talked about the importance of sound design, the importance of enemy collision with the player. Like Doom especially. I think Doom monster priority. There's like a video I watched somewhat recently from this guy. And I think there's a few others that talk about like hardcore big slaughter maps and stuff. And how, so like in this example, you have a Baron on the side, and you have a bunch of Revenants. And the correct thing to do in this situation is kill the Baron first, because it's approaching you from a different sight line than all these Revenants that you're basically treating as like one giant horde to to dodge. And a bunch of other things. But like I think a really important thing in OG Doom is that you're body blocked by the enemies, that you can't just walk through them. So, you know, it makes you can move really fast in Doom. But if you could run through the enemies, then like one small enemies wouldn't really be a threat. If you just like run through them and you dodge their attacks or whatever. But yeah, other things like pinkies wouldn't be as much of a threat if you could just walk through them, right? So there's a lot of gameplay importance to, you know, enemies being solid. It is on topic, just like the way you hoped. Thanks, random perv. But also another reason I've been looking at these like Doom analysis videos for like is one, because it's a game with huge hordes of enemies that, you know, sort of still functions as a game. If I can find a way to make these sorts of big encounters more accessible, then I think my game idea has a shot of working, of like fighting giant hordes of simple monsters. The other thing is the sort of the amount of dynamic gameplay scenarios that can come out of relatively simple enemy AI, like simple enemy behaviors, where just by changing things like having hit scans instead of projectile enemies, or having different HP values, having the chain gunner have more health and be hit scan makes him like a really, well, also just having a rapid fire attack makes him a really high priority target. But yeah, just how like changing small things about the enemies, like shotgunner's slightly more health than the zombie man. If he fires a shotgun, he deals more damage, fires in range, fires hit scans as opposed to just projectiles. Makes him a higher priority target than, you know, the imp firing fireballs they can dodge. And then the Revenant, because he has more health, right, even though his attacks are more dangerous because they're homing, right, then maybe they're not as high priority as an imp that you could kill. And also it depends on the situation, whether they're like in front of you or to the side of you or they're surrounding you, right? If you can simplify that encounter to like one angle you're being attacked from, then, you know, that also makes an impact. Doom also made an effort to use monster infighting as a tactic. Yeah, I think that it's cool. I'm not sure if I'm going to implement it or if I want to implement it, because I think it's in Ultra Kill. People talked about like, okay, why monsters they can hurt each other, but there's no monster infighting in, say, Ultra Kill. And like the lore reason is like all the demons and robots identify you as the biggest threat in the room. But like the gameplay reason is something like, it's just not as interesting as if all the enemies are attacking you, I guess. I don't know. It's like, I don't see it as like a necessary thing. I think there's a reason. There's like a ton of FPS games that don't have that as a mechanic and they work fine. but I also think it's cool. And especially in Doom, it's like important for ammo conservation, right? If you get the monsters to fight each other in especially like large rooms, and ammo conservation's pretty important part. I'm still not sure where I am standing on ammo counts. That's one thing I've been thinking about the past day or so. Doom 2, the room with the Baron's Hell in front of the Cyber Demon. I remember that room very, very clearly, yeah. The way to survive that room is get the Cyber Demon to attack. Let the Barons take the Cyber Demon out, or at least we can, yeah, and there's like an invisibility sphere to help you. Not sure if you can with Survivors games because they all turn on each other. Yeah, it would probably complicate balance in a way that would make it harder for me to make an interesting game. But it would be cool. Especially, it could be like a power-up or something. Just, I think Dusk, was it? Had like one of the New Blood games. Had an ability or like a cloud something that made the enemies fight each other. So, you know, you could have it as like a power-up or something. That'd be cool. Or in Ultra Kill, where there's one level exactly in the entire game where the enemies specifically have the behavior to fight each other. And the idea is like you're running into a room with a fight that's already going on. Another thing you want to decide on is if explosives send the target ragdolling, or if you turn them into a paste. That can be a tactical change if you can't loot the body. I think my idea is just to do like TF2 style jibs or Quake style jibs or whatever. Mostly just for visual effect and not for much gameplay purpose. I guess if you want to like tie the... Because, okay, usually in Vampire Survivors, you kill an enemy and then the XP gem flies out, right? So functionally, like a ragdoll versus jib scenario wouldn't really make a difference, but then potentially you could have like items or upgrades that interact with that. Maybe if your weapon jibs an enemy, you get some kind of bonus, or you get like a temporary bonus, you get move speed, you get damage or whatever. You can collect something from the jibs, they drop an extra thing, right? There's options there. But I'm probably not going to tie the loot directly to the actual corpse. I'm not even sure if I'm going to do ragdolls, but I think I'd like to do ragdolls. But it might be easier to not do ragdolls, like technically, and like from an implementation standpoint and from like a game performance technical standpoint. And I'm not sure how necessary it is, but I do think it's a nice touch in these games. And if I'm going for like a more immersive feeling Survivors style game, then it would probably be kind of important to have enemies that ragdoll. And like was it Killing Floor 2? It's kind of morbid, but like you burn an enemy and then they play like a burning animation even after they ragdoll. They're still playing like the death writhing animation or something. I think that's neat. Bring that up because I recently replayed Rage and realized how explosives are not always my friend, like in Doom. Yeah, for an RPG where you're like looting the... You have to like actually find the corpse to loot it, then yeah, that would make a difference. Yeah, again, not sure how that would fit into a Survivor's like. Or how relevant... I could make the XP gems affected by physics. Like an explosive weapon is powerful because it, you know, can kill a horde of enemies, but it launches the XP shards everywhere. Wait, that would be funny. That could be funny. Rage wasn't an RPG, it's an FPS with crafting mechanics. Well, close enough. Close enough. I guess BioShock, right? Also has like looting bodies or whatever. Immersive sim games. What else do I have to talk about? What else do I want to talk about here? Let's see. Ragdolls, weapons. I have like a notes page of, I don't know, my overall design of things and just, I don't know, things I'm considering. Like, the loop is basically shooting, farming, shooting, moving, farming. But like, well, actually, farming is probably the most important thing in a Survivor's like. So I really want there to be a focus on, you know, moving around, finding things on the map, like in Risk of Rain. I think that's really important for a game like this, or like can really benefit a game like this. And I saw Megabonk use it. I played it a decent number of times, and I think it works really well in Megabonk as well. Like, there's shrines and stuff to interact with on the map and chests to find. Huge difference. RPG, I could technically use that level up to break the game difficulty. I mean, every game kind of has RPG mechanics now, so... I was just watching a video from an indie game dev guy who was talking about how people will use terms like RPG as a genre when in reality there should be a bit more of a distinction. Like, people will say roguelike as a genre, but you have like FPS roguelike, you have strategy deck builder roguelike, you have top-down shooter roguelike, you have a 2D action platformer roguelike. So roguelike is really acting as a different kind of adjective there than like the primary means of interacting with the game. And so he proposes using the word mode to describe that kind of thing. So it could be an RPG first-person shooter, or it could be a roguelike first-person shooter, or it could be a, I don't know, not a more traditional linear style first-person shooter or whatever, right? Or multiplayer competitive first-person shooter or whatever, if you want to define it that way, right? And I think that's an important way to distinguish. Distinction between RPG and action game with RPG mechanics. Yeah, you can define it however you want, really. And I guess just the average of what people are going to define it as is how it is. But I think in my mind, there could be a disconnect, or it could be useful for game designers to think about terms like genre in a way different from how players define things like genre. And I think that was one of the points in the video I watched too. Get out of bed, make some games. Still unemployed and bedridden. Well, you can be unemployed and not bedridden. Be like me, unemployed and making video game. Yeah. What else do I have to say? What else do I have to say? Like, I'll use little things, damage surfing, enemy collision, footstep sound design in general, monster sounds and target priority. Right, there's all these different dynamics of how fights can be in FPS games that I really want to capture with this game, while also adding in the funny survivors like difficulty scaling, power scaling stuff. Comes to programming, my main block is reaching a level that I'm not at. It's not having any documentation or stuff to help. It depends on a bunch of factors, right? What tooling are you using? So the more popular tool, using, say, Unity, it's going to be more popular. Probably the most popular in terms of like online learning resources or whatever. Versus, I don't know, Bevy, something I've used before, right? No, not saying that Bevy's unusable or horrible or anything. I think part of it was just me trying to integrate Bevy into Godot. That was really a pain in the ass. But again, it's going to be more niche than, say, Unity. And I think there's good reasons why, real reasons why we have not really seen a big commercial game ship using Bevy at this point. We did see like one, I think there was one indie project that integrated Bevy ECS alone into their thing. So yeah, I'm not saying it's horrible, but you know, it's gonna be more effort to implement, and you're not gonna have as big a community, as much stuff to be able to Google with. Although it is nice that you can just read the source code when it comes to Bevy. And it's relatively understandable. Very interactive and hands-on, which means may mean I have an undiagnosed illness. Also means most coding manuals are useless. I think it's a skill that you have to, that might be insensitive of me to say, but I think at least to some extent, right, you can practice the skill of reading documentation and learning how to learn from documentation. Never ideas whether or not your survivors like has a safe hub like the Hololive game. It's kind of just an extra feature, but it is cool that they have the whole hollow Animal Crossing style thing in there in HoloCure. I think that's awesome. Or like how Ultra has a bunch of different styles of genres of minigames in the whatever, in the what's it called, in the secret levels. How you're gonna have that from a narrative standpoint as well as mechanically. I guess when you say something like that, it makes me think of the Space Rig in Deep Rock Galactic. So maybe we could do something like that, just like a hub area, a social area, if we're potentially making this multiplayer. But yeah, narratively, lore-wise, I have a couple ideas bouncing around. Mostly like old ideas from the original FPS Survivors concept. And I'm not entirely sure on where I'm gonna go with this. I don't have like a huge creative vision at the moment for like the narrative and the world building. Beyond, I have this gameplay idea that I really want to try and make and flesh out. Only do open source. I want people to help. It's hard to sell as a rich text editor. In Godar central theming system for Arch Linux that doesn't use GTK or Qt. Your open source projects contribute to. Quite literally is a skill issue. It's hard for me to learn. Coding streams help. I was saying all this because the whole coding streams helped me solve some blocks of my own. Also because my mood went from man to man real quick. That's good to hear. It's good to hear. Hope these can help you in some way. Although I don't want to take all the credit. I think, you know, I can help you. I can provide like a learning resource. At the end of the day, you still need to learn. You could be presented with the greatest, most eloquently put, clearest possible 10 out of 10 explanation of a topic in the world, but you still need to put in like the mental effort in order to learn from it, to pay attention to it. So good on you. There's a new was it Free Blue One Brown video I still haven't watched yet. Oh my god, my voice is like super dry. I've been yapping nonstop for so long. Holy crap. From a narrative, I guess we can leave that till you're ready to choose a setting of the game, but mechanically, even in a single-player game, you should make one so the player can think and breathe. We could do that. I think for a bare bones prototype, we don't need it, right? But like long-term, that would probably be nice. I guess not entirely. If you want like a hub area or something, you know, it could just be a menu, right? I don't think it's like necessary, but we could do it. We could do it. Drink your sticky fluid. I'm drinking water. I'm treating ChatGPT like a smart white guy. Its answers are user slightly pushing me. I find most useful for AI is asking it not for code, but for resources, because it scrapes the internet all the time. I'll have some sources for good resources. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's maybe a safer way than like asking it to give you code that, you know, probably might not work or might be referencing things that don't exist, might be like assuming that certain things exist when they don't. I honestly haven't spent a ton of time with AI code assistants lately. I hear they're improving somewhat. But I really don't want to pay any money for any service like that. Unless it's like really, really proven itself to be like actually good. I suppose I could set up like a locally hosted LLM or something. In theory, I don't know how strong the LLMs that could run on my graphics card actually are. Should be a bit more than a menu, but it doesn't need to be its own map. Google search being useless, DuckDuckGo and start page hallucination. Searching getting blocked. It's hard to find stuff on my own anymore. Start page just uses Google, doesn't it, under the hood? That's actually what I've been using. Yeah, coding won't help you. It's gonna be the next area of asset swap. Yeah, I'm very skeptical of it because I've actually used as a GitHub Copilot before, and there is the free tier which gives you like a limited number of completions. I guess I could just turn it on to try and see lately, but I hear it's best as just like a fancy autocomplete, and when it's not like trying to come up with more than one line of code at a time for you. Okay. I'm gonna stop talking about game design here. We're gonna slash marker in game design talk. And we're gonna implement the UI, and then I think that'll be it for the stream because I gotta end stream sometime. And the UI is just gonna be really basic. I saw a tutorial online. I was like literally Googling, oh, how do I do UI and Unity dots? And they had kind of a convoluted system where they would put an action in the system. They would put an action in the system, and actions are basically Godot signals or, you know, events in any other programming language. It's actions in C#. And they put it in the system, and then they'd call a function to get the system instance specifically. But I think you can get away with doing it this way, where you have a global static actions class. I'm calling it global actions because I call it global signals when I do it in Godot. So I'm not sure entirely the naming conventions for these, but I guess I'll just do static action float 3. Can I? Yeah, import, yeah. Using Unity mathematics, call this I'll just call it on player velocity updated or something. I don't know the naming conventions entirely, but this is basically like Godot's way of naming signals is to recommend to write it this way. Yay. What you need to do, I'll keep doing. I'm gonna meow. Meow. Okay. Okay, so you have this action. It's in a global static class, public static class, global actions. I should probably use namespaces at some point, but oh well. I made a class called debug UI, which has a text vest pro. I'll just be doing the thing in, where is it? I don't have it anywhere in any systems, I think. So I guess I could just do debug UI system or something. So like in root super systems, update in group, simulation system group. So that's every frame actually. Yeah, so we're updating the velocity in the character accelerate system. I'll probably have this separate from anything like that. I'll probably have it in its own something like debug fix super system. Make sure this runs update after, I think, physics system group. So we'll do something like this. Update in step, fix step simulation system group. Update before type of, actually, can I do after? Yeah, update after type of physics system group. And this will be debug fixed super system. Or I guess call it player fixed update. Or I guess it's called fixed step in these. Okay, whatever. I'm just calling it fixed. And we'll just create a new system here. This brain is melting. My brain is melting a little. TBH. On player velocity updated Call it update text. This takes a float 3. We need to import Unity Mathematics using Unity Mathematics. Float 3 velocity. Okay. Make a system, call it player debug system or something. Call it that. So I have, where is it, in the ground check system? I have like a little ground check debug system. I'll just call this player velocity system or something. Here, we'll just copy these. And I think you can access from burst compile using Unity burst. I just need to do some using Unity entities. Wait a minute. Oh, because it's called ground check debug system. Call this player velocity UI system. Debug UI system. I hate this name. I really want to name this something else. I guess you can just get rid of debug, call it player velocity UI system. We want a physics velocity, right? Yeah. And we want the player tag. So require for update, the physics velocity and the player tag. And we'll just do velocity and nothing else. And in this query, we get a ref RO, read only, as opposed to read write, of the physics velocity. With all of the player tag and the debug tag. Because I think this is going to be a debug UI. We can change that in the future. And all we do here is we go to global actions and on player velocity update to emit a signal in Godot, we'd call emit on the signal. To use an action in Unity or in C#, we just call it like a function. So it needs a float 3, we'll pass in velocity dot value RO dot linear, because it's the linear velocity that we're getting. And so that should call all our functions that subscribe to this action. So we reference it in the debug UI. We haven't put this system yet into the root supersystems, so we need to do that now. Let's do that now. And I believe you can do it unmanaged. So player velocity UI system. Yeah. Pepperoni stick. I need a pepperoni stick right now. I'm a bit thirsty. I have like a bowl of nuts on my table. On my desk. Okay, so we are calling this action, which basically like emits an event. Whatever you want to call it. And then in our debug UI, this is a mono behavior. We reference a TextMesh Pro UI text, which is on the UI thing in the scene. And here in update text, we'll do, how do I do a template string in C#? Let me just Google that, because C# template string interpolation. I guess I could just, I think there's a toString on float 3s, right? Let's just see how that looks in engine, in game. Okay, that's pretty ugly. That is pretty ugly. So I wanted to display as like a formatted XYZ, maybe like 3 digits. So string interpolation using $. So it looks like this. X, put a $sign before. In curly braces, we'll do velocity dot X, Y, velocity dot Y, Z, velocity dot Z. And we'll just start formatting so it looks reasonable. Needs to be faster. It'll also be seen as slaughtering grounds. The idea is I want there to be a sense of progression. Also, I need to adjust the styling on that UI. So canvas, text TMP, this thing. I think we need, yeah, we can increase the width a lot to like 600. And then we'll make it a small font. Can increase the outline thickness. No, I do an outline, not the underlay. Okay. Okay, it's not monospace and it's not fixed, so do we have a monospace font? No. Unity does not give you a monospace font asset by default. Okay, that's kind of annoying. Whatever. We'll just do it to like 3 digits or something. So that means I need to know how to format strings in C#. Float string format. Formatting a float to 2 decimal places. I'm Googling, I'm Stack Overflowing. Pass the format into the toString method. Standard number format strings. Thanks, Microsoft. Format specifier. Decimal fixed point F. So F3. Oh, okay, this is neat. This helps. So standard fixed point, 5 digits after the decimal point, note the trailing 0. Okay, so we'll do like F3 or something. So, oh, you can just do colon F3. I think that works. Let's see. Does that actually work? Let's find out. Let's find out. Here, do you want me to actually look at the YouTube chat and see if you're there? Get your nuts off the table, and he gives me flack for being a degenerate? Okay, understandable. They're in a bowl, okay? They aren't directly on the table. Just saying. Okay, that kind of works. It's small, but yeah, that's intentional. Cool. So here's your XYZ velocity. And the last thing I want is a speed. So I'll actually add a second Text Mesh Pro again? Yeah. It'll be like, yeah, duplicate. Should rename these probably. Debug velocity. Debug speed. Adjust the positioning. Just have it slightly under, so minus 330 or something. When did I disable the outline? Let's do 0.3. So this debug UI script, we'll move it to, we'll just put it on the canvas, I guess. Add component, debug UI. We need a reference to both text fields. So this will be velocity text, and this will be speed text. And naming convention, capitalize these. So bar speed, what? Well, it'll be the XZ speed. So XZ speed is velocity.xz dot, is it math.length? Yeah, math.length of velocity xz. From Unity Mathematics. Okay. Okay. But yeah, about the move speed, I want there to be progression. I want there to be reason to pick a move speed upgrade. And if you give the player too much move speed at the start, then I think you lose that. I noticed in Risk of Rain 2, you start out really slow and you feel really slow. Partially just because the stages are so huge and your character is tiny, but it feels really slow, especially after you like lost a powerful run. And so it makes move speed really impactful. And I kind of like that. I kind of like that. So I'll probably take a similar sort of design philosophy. So XC speed is a float, and now speed text dot text equals. Can I? Whatever, I'll just do it like this. XC speed colon F3. So real meower. I guess, but I'd say Doom did well in not explicitly telling you to run. You chose to do that? Okay. Here's my design philosophy. In Vampire Survivors, in Risk of Rain, in other roguelikes, right? A lot of the importance of it is, or like the fun of the game is in power scaling, is in getting stronger. And you can't have a strong contrast between like a weak early game and a strong late game if you give the player too much speed at the start. That's one thing I think that Vampire Hunters is filling out, besides a bunch of other stuff that the game is failing at. But like there's no real incentive. I don't really need to pick any speed upgrades because the game gives me too much speed at the start. And so I want those speed upgrades to feel impactful. I want them to affect how fast you can farm. So then you'll be like weighing the impact of a speed upgrade compared to an XP gain upgrade in terms of how it affects your farming. And also affects things like survivability and being able to dodge projectiles attacks and stuff. So I like how impactful speed is in, say, Risk of Rain 2. And I want to sort of capture that. Uni's a new sticker at the bottom. Oh. just happened? Null reference? Oh wait, we forgot to set the set the velocity text. Debug velocity, debug speed. All right, there we go. Uh-oh. Do we not save? Canvas. Null reference exception. It's been seeing a restaurant. All right. Have a good one. Have a good stream, Neo. All right. Thanks, Vanillin. Yeah, I'll be ending stream soon-ish. We've been going for 5 hours, man. If it's too slow, people aren't going to be interested in trying. Here's the thing. I think Killing Floor is a compelling game at a slow human move speed. I think Left 4 Dead 2 is a compelling game at a relatively slow, realistic move speed, right? So my goal is if I can make combat interesting enough at the slow speed, then it will also be interesting at the fast speed. Hopefully. Like, my goal is to have progression from being like a realistic, normal feeling horror shooter into something like Risk of Rain 2, into something like late game Vampire Survivors, into something like even like TF2 or something. Just, a faster movement shooter. Or maybe Ultra Kill even. Because I think if you start at the power level of like a retro FPS or something, dashed FPS, where is my... Do I have an extra debug UI instance or something? Hold on. Let me read the console. What the hell's going on? Wait, is it because I'm calling it from first compiled? No. Debug UI line 17, velocity text? No, I set that, didn't I? I don't have to restart, do I? Or is it... Does it have to do with the subscene? I'm gonna reload the scene. Main scene. This one. Still a null reference exception. What? I'd say dump the realism efforts. When games try and blend those, you end up disappointing both. I want both. I don't think I can get a huge feeling of power growth if I don't do it this way. If I don't give the player enough of like a contrast between like the early game and the late game. I think it'll sort of feel a bit samey. I guess you do make a point that if I set the move speed like this and I set the early game like this, then there'll be that like expectation, that anchor in the player's head. But I don't know, I kind of want, again, I want there to be contrast. I want them to feel the difference between, the early game where you start off like a pistol or something, and then the late game where you're lightning fast, you're jumping all over the place, you're rocket jumping, you're you're dodging projectiles, you're slaughtering huge hordes of enemies, right? I want the player to be able to feel that power scaling. And I think the way to do that in my mind at the moment is to have it like start off as a realistic slow moving person shooter, and then you get stats that turn it into you're like a super speed unkillable god demon or something. You're like Doom Eternal Doom guy. I strongly disagree. You can establish threat by scaling the monsters instead of crippling the player. Is this crippling the player? How slow is this actually? Because I base this off of Left 4 Dead 2 and off of Portal, and I think those games like make you move fast enough. If you're like a real hardcore gamer, then you can do like the bunny hopping and stuff and go a bit faster than that. Also, I still don't know why this velocity was working, but it's not working now. Even though I set it to instances of these things. I guess I can reset it, because maybe it was broken in the inspector or something. No. What the hell? Wait a minute. Plus update text. Or that scales by number, size, or environment, or both. I feel it is. This is like walking in Left 4 Dead. Sorry. Yeah, I did base this off of, you know, the move speed when you're at full health in Left 4 Dead, which is like, you know, running speed. Or in Portal or something like that, which I guess is a much slower paced game, right? But or Killing Floor, right? This isn't that far off from, say, Killing Floor 2 or Killing Floor 1 even. I haven't played Killing Floor 1 in a while, to be honest. Why is this a no reference exception? Someone tell me why. I don't have multiple instances of the debug UI, do I? Velocity. And this is speed. I'm just gonna, here. Okay, remove the debug UI component script. Wait, I do have another instance of the debug UI, don't I? Do I? No. Wait, how do I search for debug settings, debug speed? No, where is it? Where is it, man? Oh no. Not to mention you can radically change gameplay by adding tactics like choke points. Because the game hates you the way OBS hates me. Okay. If people find the starting move speed to be boring and they hate it, then I can always adjust that value. We can tweak it later, is what I'm saying. It'll depend on the design of the rest of the game, though. So I just am going to say, what's the word? What's the word? Wait and see, and let me know how it feels when you play the game. Also, where the hell is this debug UI instance? Player velocity UI update system on update. Debug UI update text. Entity system handle Latios entities. Okay, system base. Root super system. We add an unmanaged system player velocity UI system. Player velocity. Is that it? Is that why? It's unmanaged? Wait, then why was it working last time? Also, hold on. Wait, the float 3 that passes, is that passed by reference or is that passed by value? Is that copied? Oh, is that it? Here, I'm just gonna comment out one line. Also, it's still running the script, even though we didn't add it to anything in the scene, did we? On enable. Oh, wait. We didn't. I'm dumb. We didn't on disable. Or is it on destroy? Hold on. Let me just find a random example. Unity actions. Please don't adopt the fix it and post mentality. Your game's first impression is when it was first picked up. You don't want to taint that. I think the movement speed is a minor part of the first impression, and the majority of it will come from, well, every single thing that I add to it, right? How does it feel when you click on an enemy's head, right? I think that's the first impression. Here, how to use actions in Unity. On enable, on disable. It is on disable, right? Okay, someone tell me if this works. Because I think we had the handlers added earlier and we never removed them, and that's the issue. Let's recompile and see. We might have to restart the editor, actually. Okay, this is gonna take a while to reload. Watch how OBS hates me more. First impression is visual, second is movement. Player doesn't kill a monster as soon as they move around. Usually trying to fuck a wall or two before they do anything. Tell you what. When I release a demo for this game, Random Perf, I invite you to try out and change the values that you think should be changed. And if you think the movement speed, the starting movement speed is that important, then we can try it out. Unsupported parameter, Unity Mathematics Float 3, in function system action, invoke, structs cannot be passed to or returned from external functions in burst. To fix this issue, use a reference or pointer. Vectors passed by value are not supported for external functions. Okay, thank you, burst, for giving me an actual error. So that does confirm that. For some reason it was working earlier, but it's not actually supported to, what was it? Call one of these from burst. So we'll just get rid of the burst compile. And then we'll see if that works. And you download the engine you use and Steam account if you expect me to do that. We could do it on stream. Once it's more complete. I think we're still super early, so it's not really going to... what's the word? There's not much that we can really... What? Still getting a null? What the fuck? Anti-system state. Oh god, is this why they put it in the system? Also... Wait, we didn't even add a player debug system, did we? Or no? Wait. No, this is from the player debug system, actually. On update line 16? Wait. Global actions on player velocity updated. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I think that confirms that, yeah, we can't have it in like a global actions, and that there is a reason that the guy put it inside the system as opposed to in like a global actions class. Because we could do this from mono behaviors, but I guess we can't do that from ECS. Okay, so what are we gonna do here? I guess we just get rid of get rid of it. We'll add it later if we really want to. Get rid of global actions. So now we add this as a member in the system. We have to implement subsystem instead of iSystem. Okay, I'm gonna follow a tutorial unity.ui, the one that I was looking at originally here. Here, I'm following this guy's tutorial to Romex Games. Okay, so he has a system base. He has, was it actions in the in as members in the system. So we'll do that here. So public action float3 on player velocity updated. And then we call that action from the system. And this has to be a system base. I'm just not going to worry about the require for update. And now this is a protected override void on update with no parameters. And this needs to be a class, not a struct. Okay, now we need to get a reference to the system from a mono behavior, and we will do that by following this guy's tutorial. Okay, this is still an ECS. Where are we? So I know we get a reference to the system somewhere. Invoke. Oh, you can do question mark dot invoke. And that works. To like null check. Cool. And then on the, mono behavior side. Here. Okay, we call world default game object injection world get existing system managed on disable. Yeah, on enable, on disable. Notice he only does null check and on disable. I guess that could have to do with order of disabling. Let me actually listen to what he says. Sometimes, but not necessarily all the time. Huh. Okay, so he does it only in on-disable because sometimes it's not there, sometimes it's null. I guess that makes sense if Unity is messing with that. Okay. Where were we? Okay, we have the system, player velocity UI system. Did we do it per, or is it? This is now a managed system. Yeah, so Latios needs to reference that as a managed system. Okay, we're doing in fixed step simulation group after the physics system group. Okay, and then in debug UI, we don't have global actions anymore. So now we'll do var player velocity system. Is world from Unity entities, default game object injection world, get existing system managed of the type player velocity UI system. And now player vel system. Yeah, add the thing. Okay. Here we do a null check because sometimes it's null when dying. No way random perp contributes significantly. Maybe if you want to. If you want to work for free. But yeah, I generally will. I generally do want to listen to feedback, but I think it's a bit early because we don't really have the game yet. And I don't think this movement speed is like too egregious. Right. I think the first impression will probably be from watching other people play the game. And it's not necessarily gonna be at like the starting slow movement speed or whatever. I'll help once I get the icon highlights done in the canvas window. Or something, I forgot. Yeah, sorry about any Kuro Management Simulator fans. Ugh. I don't have any plans at the moment for updating that game, but... Or I guess it's not open source either, but it's Godot, so it's pretty open to modding if you are so inclined. And I don't think I might need to do it. If I need to do anything specifically to add modding to the game and for Kuro Management Simulator and anyone actually cares, then please let me know. And also if people have interest in modding it in the first place. So if world default instruction is null, then return. Get the player velocity system and then remove the update text. Okay. Please tell me that this works. For Gort. Okay. We haven't even added the component. Object reference not set to an instance of object. Player debug system line 15. Oh. Oh wait, hold on. I might be dumb. I might be dumb. Let's watch this again. Where were we? Common system overview, invoking UI events. Okay. He doesn't do anything to actually like instantiate that, does he? Did they change this? The way this works? Am I crazy? Does that have to do with the type? Delegate void system action. We can do what was it? The question mark dot invoke. Just in case it's null, but then we'd expect it to just do nothing. Right? Okay, now it's doing nothing because we didn't put it on anything, so that's expected. Now we add the debug UI component. We set the velocity text to debug velocity. We set the speed text to debug speed. We play, and it just works. Okay, we did it. We did it, chat. Finally. Finally, it just works. All right, I don't know how well you can read that, but probably not very well. But you can see the XZ speed increasing. Oops, I have auto b-hop on, so I'm scroll wheel jumping. I'm slowing down. You can see. There we go. That's a few good bunny hops. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can even see how much speed we're gaining with the surfing. Nice. All right, cool. That's the speed and velocity UI working. Nice. I'm just gonna commit this. I did save, right? Yeah, okay. Commit UI add debug velocity and XZ speed. Nice. All right, and we'll push that. Okay, so today, not a lot of coding done, but we did talk a lot about what I've done, what my plans are for this game, and I don't know, just game design in general. Doesn't work, Dog Howard, you know this. It just works. It just works, it just works. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Alright. UI and debug velocity and XC. Checking. Cool. Yippee! Great. Okay. Yeah. That is the fruits of our labor. We learned there is good reason why you have to actually define the action on the system itself and not anywhere, just anywhere in code. I think that means I could burst compile. I'm not entirely sure. But anyway. Wow. I'm accidentally like scroll wheeling on a bunch of different places. Let's check. We do, yeah, reach our speed cap of 5 when we're walking normally. And we go like almost double that when we're b-hopping. So it's actually pretty easy to, you know, go slightly faster than normal. Yeah, even imperfect b-hops are getting you a little bit. Surf. Okay, I messed up. All right. Yeah, that's the results. Yeah. So this is not a game. This is a first-person movement character controller in camera too, I guess. But we'll start getting there. We should, hopefully. Soon. TM. Next game that Neo makes or clones of Seymour games. I don't even know what those are. But yeah, I have stuff to do. Food to eat, water to drink, bathrooms to use. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for putting up with me. For putting up with my chat or whatever. I don't know what the lurkers are doing. Is this where I say like, comment, and subscribe? Honestly, I'm starting to like care less and less about that. I'm starting to think that maybe what I really need to be focusing on is just more on the actual like game of content creation and not the meta game, but like actually making good content that people care about. So if you thought this was good, then thank you. Subscribe if you want. You don't have to. No pressure. No pressure. No pressure. Bunch of point and click adventures about an egg. Egg. Later? Alright. Thanks everyone. Yeah. This is not a game. Hopefully it becomes a game. I will continue to work on this because I have a pretty strong idea in my head, at least stronger than it was last year. So hopefully we'll get there, but you never know. You never know. We're running on like hopes and dreams and not a lot of practical implemented stuff at the moment, but hopefully we'll get there. Hopefully. I do really care about movement in my FPS games, and so that's why it's a pretty simple Quake style movement controller. But yeah, this is just a tiny step in a billion other things that I'm gonna have to implement and also make art for and design sound for and design the game for. So yeah. Okay. All right. That's enough yapping. Thank you all for coming. I'm gonna read names. Time for the parasocial name reading. If you're lurking, I guess you can post in chat if you want to shout out. It runs on hopes and dreams. Yeah. Thank you, JPZ. Thank you, Cute Fat Lingo. Thank you, Random Perv. Thank you, Cyclocus. Thank you, Vanillan. Thank you, Mullet. Thank you, Femboy Cultist. Thank you, Aros. Thank you, Benzene. Thank you, Internet Consumer. Thank you, Felix Valenti. Thank you, Joan Parkins. Thank you, Pomp Pomp. Thank you, Danica. Thank you, Owen Valorn. Thank you, Campion608. And thank you, another bot on Twitch. Thank you, Saribot. You're a good one. Okay. All right. Thanks for coming. I'm not gonna make any promises regarding the future of this game or any future updates at the moment. I suppose at some point I'll probably want to make promises just to hold myself accountable in order to actually, get the game done and make progress on it. But I will post an update, hopefully stream an update within a month, but ideally as soon as possible. Ideally as soon as possible. I'll try and find a way that we can make it so I can develop as much of this game on stream as possible, as opposed to off stream, just because it's good. Just because it's good, even if I get a little sidetracked. All right, thank you everyone. Let's find someone to raid. Let's find some people to raid. I can close my billion browser tabs and raid someone. Oh my god. Who's live? Who's next? I'm actually seeing some other good streams here. I found a VTuber writing a water shader in GameMaker. I'm gonna raid them. So there you go. I don't know who's even here on Twitch. On YouTube, let's find someone to raid. Who's even live? Lulu. We're raiding Lulu. Okay. Thank you all for coming. Otsu Neo. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Otsu something. Otsu Source Engine airstrafing movement. Okay. Bye. Bye. We're raiding. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Okay. Bye. Bye.